Clang, clang. The chains of law shook violently, stirring up countless golden shadows that slithered up her jade-like arms like snakes. Not only did they wrap around her neck and bind her left arm, but they also wrapped around her waist and feet several times. Her entire body was locked in the sky. MR.AI. Seeing that Al was in danger again, Cruel's face turned ferocious. He dodged Amaterasu and the others and rushed over, trying to save Al. Almost at the same time, Gu Qingqing also jumped up and rushed forward without caring about her own safety. The two of them had been under the Ultimate's illusion. If Al had not saved them back then, they would probably still be in a coma and might have even collected their lunchboxes. Voila, two of the chains of law in the sky suddenly shot out and wrapped around Yi and Gu Qingqing. Let me go! The red light that Mo had turned into became even more bloody as he let out a hoarse and mournful roar. However, no matter how much they struggled, the chains of law bound them tightly, and they could not break free. The expressions of Lingmu Di and the others changed drastically. Everyone, don't move. Only world kings who have obtained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao can summon the chains of law. Bo Mu said in a deep voice. We can't fight against them with our power. Then what should we do? Lingmu Di asked in surprise. The three of them are locked up now. A mournful expression appeared on Bo Mu's face, and he said, the laws of all creation created by MR.AI cannot be tolerated by the realm. I'm afraid that the chains of laws will only disappear after they are left to their own devices. What? What's inside that ball of golden light? Everyone was shocked. It's actually not tolerated by the power of the realm. Al also heard Bo Mu's words, and a pained expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but tear up, and his body trembled, like a butterfly caught in a cold wave. A mermaid could cry, and the people of the world cried because they were powerless. She could only watch helplessly as her blood, sweat, and tears died. She could only watch helplessly as the pinnacle of the art of divination that she had pursued for so many years was about to fall into nothing in front of her. That destructive sense of despair was far greater than the purple lightning that had struck her body. But what could she do? The heavenly Tao was the highest, and all beneath it were ants. The realm power of the realm of heavenly martial arts would naturally not allow an existence that surpassed itself to appear. It was the same with the Maha-Ancient God's secret art and the laws of all creation. Al struggled for a while, but found that there was no possibility of breaking free, so it finally gave up resisting. Like a firefly caught in a spider's web, it hung on the chain of law and hung its head weakly. It was unknown whether Bo Mu was consoling the others or himself, but he sighed. At least Mr. Al's life is safe. This can be considered a great fortune in misfortune. Lingmu Di gazed at the golden light and sighed with the same regret. It seems that we can only wait for the laws of all creation to die out. When that happens, the chains of law will naturally disappear. Amaterasu and the others felt a sharp pain in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Al Hui hung on the chain of law dispiritedly, his aura almost inaudible. The crowd around the big black girl fell silent. The shock brought by Al Hui was too great, and not many people were still paying attention to Yunxiao. Seeing that Al Hui's life was safe, Yunxiao felt relieved and began to focus on the refinement. The three divine swords were suppressed by the cauldron of mountain and river's power of the world, so he didn't have to worry about them for the time being. The most troublesome problem now was the mysterious space, which was completely beyond his understanding. Even with the whirling sun as a catalyst, he was still unable to find the entry point between the three swords and the ultra-mysterious space. It was not so troublesome when he was refining the star-slashing sword, because the star-extinguishing, morning light, and demon-slaying were only 9th grade peak profound level weapons, and did not have spatial attributes. However, the three swords were all top-notch existences. Without an existence like the mysterious superspace, it was impossible to fuse them. If he had not suddenly obtained this mysterious space, he would not have taken the risk to refine the so-called 3-in-1 sword. It's already like this, is there a need to continue the competition? No matter what, he should at least refine it for fun. After all, he's the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader. Even if it's just for show, it's fine. Some people in the crowd noticed Yunxiao's movements, and those who had bet on him losing began to mock him. Since the competition isn't over, there's no winner or loser. Shut your stinky mouths. Although those who bet on Yunxiao knew that they had no hope of winning, they still retorted unwillingly. Those who thought they would win retorted, even the chains of laws have been triggered. Let alone the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Even the leader of the Universe Alliance can only surrender. Although Fanny also appreciated and sympathized with Al Hui, she hoped that Yunxiao would win. When all kinds of mockery and ridicule entered her ears, her face immediately turned cold, and her killing intent filled the air as she said coldly, "Have you forgotten what Lord Moody said? Whoever dares to make a fuss will immediately get lost." She was a creation realm elite, so she was not angry, but she exuded an awe-inspiring aura, not to mention her killing intent that chilled one's heart. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and they instantly did not dare to speak. Gu Qingqing, who used to like to stir up trouble, was now tied up by the chains OT law and couldn't move, so she didn't nave the mood to tight. But her red lips slightly curled up, and she looked very proud. The entire sky fell silent, leaving Yunxiao alone in the realm of the cauldron of mountain and river, trying to merge the three swords. Even if he has fused three swords, can he win? At this moment, Yunxiao's heart wavered a little. Let's not even talk about whether or not we can attract the descent of the laws. Even if we can, it'll only be a draw. Al Hui's law of all creation was already at the peak of refinement in this world. I don't want to. Yunxiao calmed his mind and suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. No matter what, I'll fuse the three swords first. If purple lightning and laws were to descend, it would at least be a draw. To be honest, he was extremely depressed. He had never been so aggrieved before. He had lost all hope of winning before he even finished refining it. Since Al Hui's side had already been decided, Amaterasu and the others also withdrew their gazes and looked at him quietly. After all, it had not been easy for him to reach this stage. At least, he had shown the grace and strength of a peak alchemist. Yunxiao calmed down and began to concentrate on refining the super-mysterious space. The power of the world that gushed out of the cauldron of mountain and river washed over him like waves. The edges of the three swords of rainbow, ice, and light had been worn away. Each of them bloomed with sword light and connected to form a boundary. They peacefully covered the cauldron of mountain and river and were very harmonious. Like an illusionary cloud, the super-mysterious space slowly descended under Yunxiao's control, trying to merge into the sword enchantment. The five elements giant spirit also sped up its incantation, forming a 5 elements ring that reached 1,000 feet, suppressing the space ring within. The 5 elements in it complemented and countered each other, growing and multiplying without end. It had the effect of suppressing and fusing almost all powers. Can we succeed? Lingmu Di muttered to himself nervously. At this moment, the outcome of the battle was no longer important to them. What was important was the process of alchemy. Although Yunxiao's refinement was not as earth-shattering as Al Hui's, it was still an amazing attempt in the long river of the history of alchemy. Bo Mu's face was filled with worry as he shook his head. It looks like he hasn't figured out the frequency of this space yet. The whole refining process has been going on for more than a day. If we still can't find the entrance, Yunxiao's energy will be exhausted. Suddenly, Ten's Ho-Zi's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "He's going to force the fusion." Everyone's heart trembled as they stared intently. Even Al, who was hanging on the chains of law, moved slightly and raised its head. Yunxiao's eyes were solemn. Just as Bo Mu had said, if he continued to delay, he would completely fail when his essence, qi, and spirit were exhausted. The ultra-mysterious space was like a floating cloud, slowly falling into the sword enchantment. The 3 divine swords immediately trembled violently, and 3 sword lights shot up into the sky. They were actually going to cut through that space. Not good. Yunxiao was taken aback, and his heart went cold. The sword intents that had been in harmony separated again, and the 3 swords clattered. The 5-element giant spirit hurriedly stretched out its hands, and the power of each element gathered in its palm, pressing toward the center. Boom! At the same time, the giant spirit also shattered into pieces and turned into powder. I failed! Someone cried out in surprise, and the crowd around the big black girl suddenly burst into an uproar. The winner has finally been decided. The faces of the Misty Rock Master and the others instantly turned ashen. Ha ha ha! The ending was already decided, why struggle? Do you have to make yourself miserable to be satisfied? Gu Qingqing was tied to the chains of law, and she laughed happily. You can't blame Yun Xiao for this battle. Tenzatzi shook his head and sighed. He's already done his best. 3 swords as one, 5 elements giant spirit artifact refining. They're already far beyond our standards. Feiyang hasn't lost yet. Why are you guys so anxious? Chu Hongyan suddenly shouted. Everyone was shocked and looked at the center of the refining. After the 5 elements giant spirit exploded, the 3 divine swords transformed into tens of thousands of sword chi that interweaved in the sky at a rapid speed. In addition to the elemental power that filled the sky, it was like a grand fireworks display that dazzled the eyes of everyone. In the middle of the dazzling chaos, Yun Xiao's face was as white as snow, and his eyes flashed with determination. He was already on the verge of collapse, so he didn't have to worry about anything else. He opened the world inside the cauldron, and white light gushed out, sweeping in all directions. Be it the elements that filled the sky, the 3 divine swords, or the mysterious space, they were all sucked into the cauldron of mountain and river like a whale. Boom! All kinds of chaotic power and light were absorbed. As the entrance of the cauldron of mountain and river closed, the entire sky became clear. In contrast, Yun Xiao's face was gloomy as he slammed his palm on the cauldron. Immediately, a large number of Maha-ancient characters rushed up and began to forcibly refine the cauldron. This by an... He's crazy, Tenzho said in panic. The things he just absorbed will explode easily if they are forcibly refined. Not only will the whole black girl be finished, but Yenwu will also be affected. Lingmu Di's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry about that. With us here, we can suppress any power, no matter how strong it is. Since we can't win, let's let him go crazy for once. He knew that Yun Xiao, who had been proud all his life, would not be willing to sit still and wait for death, but he could not help sighing in his heart. After a moment of silence, the cauldron of mountain and river suddenly trembled violently. The white light turned into a huge wave and pushed in all directions. The space above the big black girl trembled. The frenzied power that erupted from the cauldron of mountain and river had the power to tear the space apart. Some experts could even hear the crisp sound of glass shattering. What the hell is this Li Yunxiao doing? The people around him kept screaming. Yunxiao knew that he had lost control. He had expected that the cauldron of mountain and river would go berserk, but he did not expect that the power would be so strong that even he could not suppress it. He immediately gritted his teeth and transformed into the 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body. The 6 arms made a hand seal at the same time and displayed the 4 great divine arts. An ancient Maha scripture appeared and was imprinted on the cauldron of mountain and river. In an instant, the cauldron of mountain and river was covered with golden characters. In an instant, golden light flowed and turned the brilliant power of the world into gold. Under the suppression of the Maha-ancient god tactic, the violent power gradually calmed down and began to become docile. What? This is impossible. Mu Lingdi and the others, who were ready to attack at any time, widened their eyes. They couldn't believe that the power that could destroy the world had calmed down so easily. It was as if the waves were angry one second and then became flowing water the next. Even Yun Xiao did not expect such a wonderful effect. He was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he quickly formed sentences of ancient Maha scriptures and slapped them onto the cauldron of mountain and river. All the mocking voices disappeared almost instantly, and the series of unexpected changes made many people's faces become dull. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, became more and more comfortable, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. Suddenly, he had a feeling of enlightenment in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes and the Forshan methodology flashed in his mind. All the words started to disperse and actually reorganize themselves. The Maha-ancient god art had never been allowed to exist in the world, and after being shattered by the Brahma-purple lightning, it had been split into 3,000 words and phrases, corresponding to the 3,000 great Taos, and scattered all over the world. Later on, there were powerful characters who collected a large number of ancient texts and began to scrutinize them word by word, developing these hundreds of Maha-ancient scriptures. Even the 4 great divine arts weren't the original ancient scriptures. They were only the 4 chapters that were closest to the power of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Xianxia's understanding of single words could be said to be the best in the world. All the words in the 4 divine arts were suspended above the cauldron of mountain and river, swimming like fish, looking ethereal and magnificent. The Maha-ancient character had actually disassembled itself from the 4 great divine arts and rearranged its order. What? Almost all of the world's top experts had gathered here, and each of them had a different level of understanding of the heavenly Tao, but they could all sense the immense power contained in these ancient characters. Not only that, but the power that was emitted from the reorganized words was even greater than before. The golden light on the cauldron of mountain and river became even more intense. The divine light shone across the sky and reflected everyone's shocked expressions. For a moment, everyone was filled with admiration. In their eyes, Xianxia was like a god. Walala! Just as everyone was stunned on the spot, the chains of law in the sky began to shake violently, emitting a restless aura. Not good. The ancient Maha word has reformed. I'm afraid it's going to reproduce the power of the divine art from back then and trigger the power of the world. He knew the origin of the Maha-ancient god's secret art. After it had been formed, it had been struck by the divine lightning of annihilation for 3 months before it finally dissipated into 3,000 words. Now, Xianxia had managed to reorganize the 3,000 words on his own. Even if it was not a complete divine art, it was still extremely dangerous, and it would never be accepted by the world. Voila! All the chains of law instantly spread out and flew towards the cauldron of mountain and river in groups. Al and the other 2 were freed. Not only the existing chains of laws, thousands of chains appeared out of thin air once again. They rained down like hailstones, binding the cauldron of mountain and river tightly. Everyone was stunned. Al moved and took the opportunity to stretch out her jade-like arm to put away the rules of all creation that she had refined. She was full of joy and gratitude. When she looked at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes, there was a little more worry. At that moment, the cauldron of mountain and river had been tied up like a dumpling, and a large number of golden chains were flying toward Xianxia. Before they could get close, they were shattered by layers of flowing light. The shadow of the divine realm tablet gradually emerged between Xianxia's eyebrows, and the power of the realm kept spreading out to resist the chains of law. With great difficulty, Xianxia controlled the 5 spirits to cast the divine incantation. The cauldron of mountain and river was still spinning under the restraint, and although the golden characters on it were swimming a little stagnant, they continued to reorganize with determination. All the law chains were shaking violently, and the sky was filled with the shadows of golden chains. Everyone's mouths were wide open, like frogs that had been hit by a strong light, looking extremely silly. In the legends of ancient times, only ancient god Maha and the demon lord emperor had ever been able to stand up to the chains of laws. The shock in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. After Xianxia had struck out tens of thousands of palm strikes tirelessly, the cauldron of mountain and river finally changed. The entire cauldron trembled violently, and the Maha-ancient golden characters on it also trembled continuously. A large amount of violent aura kept spewing out of the cauldron, trying to attack the chains of law. Standing in the center of the chaos, Xianxia was deeply affected by the violent aura of the cauldron of mountain and river. His body trembled violently, and his breath was weak, but his eyes were fixed on the cauldron. It looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. Boom! The cauldron of mountain and river finally exploded. The body of the cauldron slowly expanded, and cracks appeared little by little. There was even a cracking sound. It exploded into countless pieces, as if thousands of meteors were shooting out from the center of the explosion. A terrifying wave of chi spread out from it, and all the cultivators present trembled in fear. A fear that came from the depths of their souls overwhelmed their hearts, making them unable to resist. Even the Misty Rock Master and the other manifestation stage experts were similarly agitated and their hearts palpitated. He felt a sense of powerlessness as if he was in the abyss. It was as if everything in the world seemed so small in front of this power. As long as this power moved, he would be crushed into pieces. At this time, he knew that the so-called man's determination is greater than heaven was just a wish of the cultivators for hundreds of millions of years. Swish! Suddenly, a dazzling sword chi broke through the sky and charged towards the chains of laws. Immediately, an intense slashing sound came from the point of contact between metal. The chains of laws that filled the sky were shattered by the sword light. Ah! This is impossible! Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked dumbfounded. They looked at everything that happened in front of them, and their minds were completely unable to process it. Tian Zhaozi staggered and almost fell. The others were speechless. The rules of realm power were actually cut off by the sword. The moment the chains of law were cut off, everyone felt as if everything was broken, and their hearts trembled. Wherever he looked, the world seemed to collapse. It was as if the heavens were destroyed and the entire world was falling apart. Boom! As the sword chi dissipated, a peerless sword was revealed, but its true appearance could not be seen under the light. However, the terrifying sound of the sword reverberated in the universe, as if a king had descended and was inspecting the world. What followed was the collapse of the four poles, the reversal of heaven and earth, and the entire world falling into boundless darkness. The big black girl also crumbled in an instant, and all the formation towers turned to dust. The city fell apart in the air, turning into huge fragments. Some were directly shattered, while others fell straight down. This apocalyptic feeling directly impacted everyone's mind and soul, causing them to lose control of their souls. At this critical moment of the great change, only Ling Mudi was able to maintain his state of mind. He was the first to shout, "Everyone, retreat! Quickly run!" Although the sword radiance was aimed at the sky, the sword radiance slowly spread out, illuminating the heaven and earth and turning the entire sky into a sword chi domain. It was as if everything in the universe had disappeared, leaving only this magnificent holy sword. Yun Xiao was the first to bear the brunt. As the chains of law collapsed, the divine realm tablet also became dim and lightless, and after a few moments it returned to his body. As the sword radiance dispersed, it was so piercing that he could not open his divine eyes. He could only see golden Maha ancient characters on the sword in the haziness. He couldn't hold on any longer. With a sweet taste in his throat, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his entire aura instantly withered. After that, an immense pain came from his entire body. It instantly climbed up his meridians and pierced his body like a knife. The protective illusory light was like a thin layer of paper as it was directly pierced through. Yun Xiao had already overdrawn his energy, and at the moment he was suffering a great pain. He lost consciousness in an instant, and his vision turned dark as he passed out completely. In the dream, he didn't know where the flowers were. The bamboo forest was quiet, and the stream was murmuring. In the blink of an eye, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon disappeared. The fire fell from the sky to the yellow spring, and he felt like he had fallen into a mountain of swords. His whole body was cut and in pain. After a long time, Yun Xiao gradually woke up. He vaguely felt that his strength was weak, and his energy seemed to have been emptied, making him look like a cripple. He moved his body slightly and felt a sharp pain in his head. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, completely waking up from the nightmare. "Flying! My husband!" Big brother Yun Xiao. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's voice, the 5 female confidants who were guarding the warm pavilion came over. Chu Hongyan rushed to the front. Her usual proud and fierce temperament disappeared and was replaced by a face full of concern. "Fei Yang, how are you?" Yun Xiao smiled at her and nodded. Chu Hongyan's cheeks were a little red. Realizing that there were still people in the room, she took half a step back to leave some space for the others, but her eyes were still on Yun Xiao. Yunxiao's eyes slowly swept over the other 4 women, from the beautiful water fairy to the elegant and pleasant Luo Yunshang, then to Ding Linger in green, and finally fixed on Fanny's delicate face. The girl's beautiful eyes were moist and red. She was a country-toppling beauty, and all of her faces were filled with joy and concern. Fanny went forward and sat by the bed. She held his hand and asked softly, "Husband, how are you feeling?" Yunxiao's voice was a little hoarse. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Hehe, I told you Big Brother Yunxiao was fine." The water deity laughed and spoke first. "Big Brother Yunxiao, do you know that you've won? That demoness has lost." After Yunxiao had refined the holy sword, he had shattered the rules of the world, turning the world upside down and collapsing the 4 poles. The poor black girl had died a few days after she had appeared in the world. Fortunately, everyone was far away from each other. In addition, the people present were not ordinary people, so they retreated quickly. With the help of Ling Moody and the others, no one was injured. After that, it was time to argue about the result of the spell technique. In fact, there was nothing to argue about. That sword transcended the power of a world and could even cut through the rules of a world. There was no suspense in the outcome. There were still some disgruntled voices, but Xiao personally admitted his defeat and suppressed them. From then on, the entire demon race would join the Heavenly Martial Alliance, and Yi would be the new demon emperor. However, Yunxiao had been in a coma for 3 months since the day of the competition. "What? It's been 3 months?" Taken aback, Yunxiao hurriedly got up from his bed. His injuries had healed, but his essence, qi, and spirit had not. With the strength of his body, he should have recovered a long time ago. It seemed that the shocking refinement that day had really hurt his origin power. Did anything major happen in the past 3 months? "What's going on?" Yunxiao asked hurriedly. It was an eventful period, and the demonic tribulation was coming again, so something big could happen at any time. Except for the bankruptcy of a large number of people after that war. Ding Linger said with a smile. Nothing major happened. Yunxiao was relieved and said, "That's good." Thinking back to that shocking refining, he was still in a daze. He couldn't help but be shocked when he recalled the details. Everything that had happened that day was out of control, but it had also brought about countless miracles. With this in mind, Yunxiao closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. What appeared in his mind were not the 4 divine arts, but a complete and unfamiliar scripture with exactly 3,000 words. He carefully looked over and only felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as if he could not read it. The powerful force emitted by those scriptures made him respect and fear. Could this be the complete Maha-Ancient God technique? Yunxiao's heart raced as he recalled that the divine art had been condensed on the holy sword, and it had even broken the chains of laws. Yunxiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he asked, "Where's the sword that day?" The 5 women looked at each other. Chu Hongyan smiled and said, "It seems that Fei Yang was indeed unconscious that day and doesn't remember anything. After the sword appeared, it cut off the chains of law and turned into a white light that flew into your body." "What? Inside my body?" Taken aback, Yunxiao quickly sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Indeed, there was a sword floating above his dantian. It was emitting a faint sword aura. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. His divine sense swayed on the sword and was sucked in, disappearing without a trace. He could not detect it. This buy-in. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. This sword was a combination of 3 swords and had been integrated into the super-mysterious space. Later, it was forcefully suppressed by the Maha-Ancient God technique. He could not even read the Maha-Ancient God technique in his mind, so it was reasonable that he could not see the sword. He stood up, his face filled with determination. "What's wrong, Big Brother Yunxiao?" Ding Linger asked. "What's wrong?" "I want to test my sword," Yunxiao said. "I want to test it." Sword trial. The 5 women were stunned. A moment later, in the sky above a barren land hundreds of miles away from Yanwu. "Even if the sword is powerful, there's no need to run so far," Water Deity mumbled. "Big Brother Yunxiao is too careful." "Little Sister Water Deity, Caution is the parent of safety. Feini laughed. That sword can even cut off the chains of law. If it reaches Yanwu, I'm afraid all the defenses we've laid down will be destroyed. Yunxiao calmed his heart and mind, focusing on the visualization in his heart. A thought turned into a giant hand and grabbed the sword in his dantian. Boom! A huge resistance was emitted from the sword, and the palm formed by spiritual will was sluggish, almost collapsing. Under Yunxiao's control, the hand of divine will clenched its 2 fingers and performed an incantation gesture. Immediately, a golden light burst out and rushed toward the pressure. The hand formed by his divine will finally approached the sword, and he reached out to grab it. Yunxiao felt a sharp pain in his dantian, as if his whole body was about to split open, but he still gritted his teeth and slowly pulled the sword out with his divine will. Hiss! The process was like torture, and Yunxiao's body trembled violently. When the sword was pulled out of his body, a powerful sword intent burst out of him, turning into gusts of strong wind that spread in all directions. Boom! Run! It's dangerous! At the critical moment, Yunxiao cried out, and the faint light of the sword emerged in his palm, but it could not take shape. Even so, the terrifying sword chi still swept across the world in an instant, causing the sky to change color. Under the sword light, Yunxiao's corporeal body seemed insignificant and was devoured in an instant. Only sword light could be seen in the sky, and no one could be seen. What's going on? Suddenly, a heavy sound resounded through the sky. Tens of thousands of feet away, the void beside the 5 women was torn apart, and Ling Mudi came from Yanwu. Ling Mudi looked at the unusually terrifying sword light in front of him in astonishment and asked, Yunxiao is awake? Lord Mudi, will big brother Yunxiao be all right? Ding Ling asked anxiously. He just woke up and said he wanted to test the sword. Sword trial. Ling Mudi was shocked and cried out, the holy sword that cut off the chains of laws. This kid is really messing around. Another figure tore through the void and arrived. It was Li Mongshan, one of the 4 kings. Li Mongshan looked ahead quietly and narrowed his eyes. He said in a deep voice, it doesn't mean that he has the ability to control it just because he made it. But now that the sword is only in the form of a virtual light, it shouldn't be a big problem. With his appearance, the surrounding space fluctuated frequently, and a large group of experts broke through the air. After all, this place was not far from Yanwu, and the Holy Sword's terrifying power had been sensed by many experts. That's his personality. Chu Hongyan sighed helplessly, but there was no blame on her face. Instead, she was full of admiration, but her beautiful eyes flashed with a little concern and worry. What kind of existence is that sword? When it first appeared 3 months ago, I was unable to see its true appearance. I really want to hold it in my hand and carefully study it. Li Mongshan looked envious as he spoke. I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult, Bo Mu said with a smile. Even with Yunxiao's strength, he can't make this sword appear. I'm afraid our wish to have a good look will be in vain. The ancient Maha runes continued to flash on the sword light and spin in the sky, but it could not form the true body of the sword. In a short moment, Yunxiao's spirit energy was madly drained, and his body trembled. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Yunxiao's face turned livid. He could not even control the phantom of the sword, let alone materialize it. He roared a few times, and the power in his body exploded to the extreme. His 5 fingers suddenly grabbed down and caught the phantom in his hand. The boundless sword light shone down and almost penetrated his body. He seemed to see the true appearance of the sword. What an overbearing sword! Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath and felt the sword light burning. When he recalled the sword power he saw that day, he could not help but have an idea. If the laws can't tolerate it, then the laws must be cut off and order must be rebuilt. There's an old saying, ask the vast earth, who controls the ups and downs. In my master's name, I shall bestow upon you the name whoever controls the ups and downs. After showing off for a few seconds, the last bit of energy in his body was sucked out. He could no longer control it, and the sword shadow slashed forward. Boom! Heaven and earth split apart, and half of the world fell into endless darkness. The sword beam turned into a flash and dissipated, and Yunxiao's figure was swallowed up by the darkness. Young Master Yun, Big Brother Yunxiao. All sorts of exclamations rang out as everyone rushed forward. I'm fine. Yunxiao fell from the darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, almost unable to stand. Chu Hongyan and the others hurried forward to help him. That sword is too terrifying. It shouldn't even exist in this world. Lingmu Di looked at Yunxiao with lingering fear. Just a single slash of the void light was enough to dim the sun and moon. If it were to fully appear, how much power would it have? Yunxiao was also extremely weak. With a pale face, he said, I still can't understand the structure of this sword. I need to study it. Since it's refined in accordance with the Maha-Ancient God's technique, then I should start by comprehending the divine technique. Bo Mu said with a nod. Yunxiao smiled wryly. To tell you the truth, the divine incantation seems to have become another scripture in my head. Unfortunately, when I read it with my divine will, I felt like thousands of needles were piercing my brain, and it was very painful. Whether or not that deity tier spiritual art is the original Maha-Ancient scripture is still unknown, but if you put it that way, then the might of this deity tier spiritual art is definitely above that of the original 4 great deity tier spiritual arts. I'll try my best. Yunxiao nodded. I'll try my best. Although the 4 kings and the others of Mysterious Separation Island had no lack of respect for Yunxiao, it was more because of his identity as the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. After this battle, the 4 kings and the others had completely changed their views on him, and they now respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Not far away, there were a few monster race people watching quietly. The leaders were Bai and Al. Bai had already ascended to the throne of the demon sovereign with Al's help. Behind him stood a few godly state experts of the demon race who obeyed his every order. Ali had changed from his male form to his female form, and she was stunned. The snow-white silver threads flickered slightly and fell down to her waist like a waterfall. A pair of beautiful eyes were bright, and her vertical pupils made her reveal a faint demonic beauty. However, her skin still showed a light blue color, like a warm jade, and her whole person exuded a sharp and inviolable beauty. Originally, Richard had asked Al to return to the position of the Saintess, but Al had refused. She had always been focused on alchemy and did not like noisy people, so she had only stayed in the demon race as an alchemist. However, after the 2 clans' technique battle, Al's status in the demon clan's heart was only higher than Yi's. At least in Richard's heart, Ai Jing was like a god, and it didn't dare to overstep its boundaries. Mr.ai Ingluo. Yunxiao only felt a little uncomfortable and embarrassed when he said those words. Al chuckled, her cheeks slightly red. It was indeed the first time the 2 of them had faced each other like this, but she quickly nodded and said, Young Master Yun's skills are unparalleled. I lost. From now on, the demon race will join the Heavenly Martial Alliance and worship young Master Yun as the alliance leader. Yunxiao's face turned serious as well, and he said solemnly, Then, as the alliance leader, I welcome Mr.ai and the entire demon race to join us. I hope that everyone will work hand in hand under the demonic tribulation. It's not just working hand in hand under the demonic tribulation. Al Wan looked straight at Yunxiao and nodded gently. I hope that after the demonic tribulation, the 2 races can still develop in a long-term and peaceful manner. Yunxiao's heart stirred. He understood Al's meaning. She hoped that through this alliance, the demon race would be able to change their situation of being isolated in the past and share some of the resources of the Heavenly Martial Continent. After all, this was a matter of great importance that concerned the interests of the 2 races. Furthermore, the total amount of resources would not change. If the demons wanted to occupy a part of it, the human race would definitely suffer. Although Yunxiao wanted to help them, he did not dare to make a decision on such a big matter. This was because the position he gave himself was that of a general who led the human race in defending their land, not an emperor who ruled the world. In his eyes, the world was still the world of the human race, and the major matters that concerned the interests of the 2 races still needed to be discussed. The stakes involved in this matter are extremely complicated, and I can't make the decision alone. Xiao refused tactfully, with a deep apologetic look in his eyes. What's so complicated about it? A clear voice rang out, but the words were not very pleasant to hear. You and the island master of the mysterious parting island are the leaders of the world now, and Yi Qingyu doesn't care about the world. You can do whatever you want. Then, the space trembled slightly, and Gu Qingqing walked out of thin air. She said with great dissatisfaction, "Back then, I was the one who suppressed the demon clan under the Five-Cloud Mountain and forced them into a desperate situation. I'm deeply guilty about this matter, and it's time to give them justice." Since she was saved by Gu Qingqing had a good impression of the demon race, and even if she wanted to talk back to Xiao, she would not hesitate to stand up for him. Ding Linger frowned and said coldly, "Gu Qingqing, you're my servant now. How dare you be rude to big brother Xiao? Leave. If you dare to disobey my orders, I'll marry you off to the Misty Rock Lord right now," she rebuked without any trace of politeness. Gu Qingqing's face changed, and she felt dizzy, almost falling from the sky. Not only did she lose all her fortune in the battle, but she had also lost her entire life. She originally wanted to die, but fortunately, this year belonged to Ding Ling. In these 3 months, Ding Ling didn't make things difficult for her, but only asked her to be a personal maid. She had already made preparations to die a horrible death a year later, so as not to be ruined by the Misty Rock Lord. Therefore, in her heart, this was the last year of her life. Gu Qingqing's face turned pale after being scolded by Ding Ling. She stood in the sky, trembling and glaring at Ding Ling. She gritted her teeth and no longer said anything. Maidservant. Xiao looked at Ding Ling and Gu Qingqing in surprise, not understanding what was going on between the two. At this moment, except for Xiao, everyone in the Heavenly Martial League knew that Gu Qingqing, the Palace Lord of Divine Firmament Palace and a legendary figure who had suppressed the demon race under Five-Cloud Mountain, had become Ding Ling maidservant and bodyguard. When the 5 women saw Xiao's shocked look, they all covered their mouths and laughed. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had entered a celestial pond. They only felt that her smile was magnificent and dazzling, as if they saw the spring breeze blowing through 100 flowers, looking extremely beautiful. Only then did Ding Ling explain the details of the bet. Li Mongshan laughed heartily. "Congratulations, President Ling for having a Void Realm bodyguard. I'm afraid that only the Realm King could enjoy such treatment." Xiao's face changed drastically when he heard that. "What nonsense! If you lose, what should I do?" Although he was being harsh, his eyes were full of gentleness and worry, and even a trace of fear. Although his victory was a fact, he could not help but shiver at the thought of the consequences if he had lost. Ding Ling felt sweet in her heart and quickly explained, "I saw Gu Qingqing brazenly bet on big brother Xiao's loss, so I was angry. Moreover, she seemed to be extremely powerful. If she could be taken in for her own use, it would definitely be of great help to big brother Xiao. More importantly, what is it?" Ding Ling sword was slightly red, and she said with certainty, "I've always believed that big brother Xiao will not lose." Xiao's heart warmed as he immediately understood her thoughts. He raised his hand and gently touched the top of her head as he said softly, "You're not allowed to do this in the future. Even 100 Gu Kinkins can't make up for your position in my heart. If you lose and become her servant, how sad will I be in the future?" Ding Ling nodded hard, and her eyes suddenly became wet. The other 4 women watched the interaction between Xiao and Ding Ling in silence, and it was impossible for them not to feel a little sour in their hearts. But they were as close as sisters, and Ding Ling could see that she was always thinking about Xiao. Xiao's kindness also warmed the 4 women's hearts. Cough, cough, cough. Li Mongshan coughed a few times, looking a little embarrassed. "Are you done with the public display? Have you ever considered the feelings of us single dogs?" The Misty Rock Master also nodded and said, "The critical blow to this king is even greater than the battle of the Red Moon City last time." Hearing everyone's teasing, Ding Ling face suddenly blushed. She quickly wiped away her tears and did not dare to look up in embarrassment. The other 4 women all chuckled. Faye and I stepped forward to help them out. All right, you know that our Ling is thin-skinned. Yet you still say such sour words. If you guys are jealous, just say it. Xianxia was also a little embarrassed. He restrained himself for a moment, then said to Gu Qingqing coldly, "Since you are now Ling's maidservant, you have no right to speak in front of me with your status. However, I respect you as a senior, and I respect the glory and dignity of the Divine Firmament Palace's palace master even more. So, I still want to tell you clearly that although I am the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader, I am not the master of the world. This young master's duty is only to be the commander of the Mo War. Other than that, I'm only a wuxuang." Xianxia paused for a moment, then continued, "Although I would like to do so, I don't have the right and qualification to give resources to the demon race without permission." Gu Qingqing was scolded by Ding Ling first, and now by Xianxia. Her face was extremely unsightly, and she stood there without saying a word. Xianxia sighed in his heart. This Gu Qingqing was just a little mischievous and selfish, but her nature was actually quite good. It was indeed a little too much and embarrassing to make her a slave, but this was also what she asked for. Only when there was a beginning would there be an end. She had to suffer the consequences of her own actions. It could be considered as a kind of punishment. If she could use this to restrain her temper, it might not be a bad thing for her. "Young Master Yun, although I have an agreement with you as the Demon Emperor, I have to consider my people's interests," Mo said coldly. "If we join forces to fight against the demons, we won't gain anything after the war. It's a little unreasonable to keep my people in a barren land, isn't it?" He helplessly spread out his hands, but his eyes were extremely cold, showing his determination to fight for the interests of the Yao. Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice, "The demonic tribulation is a major event that concerns all living beings in the world, and all living beings in the world have a responsibility. Your clan's resting place is the result of the division of interests between the 2 clans. I don't have the right to change it, so what's the point of threatening me?" "Young Master Yun is right," Ling Mudi echoed. "He's only the city lord of Yanwu, elected by the masses as the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. He's not an overlord who can dominate the world. How can he have the right to divide the world?" When the pretty boy finished singing, Li Mongshan quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "As long as the monster race does their best, we will definitely try our best to fight for your race's benefits after the demonic tribulation." "Humph! You want to trick us into working for the realm of heavenly martial arts with just one try? If the realm of heavenly martial arts can't give us enough resources, why should we protect it?" Mo sneered. "If the realm of heavenly martial arts can't give us enough resources, why should we protect it? This is the realm of heavenly martial arts of the human race, not the realm of heavenly martial arts of the world." Ling Mudi and the others were all stunned. It was almost impossible to refute what he said. Xianxia found it strange as well. The judge was not the kind of person with a sharp tongue, but he was at loggerheads with him today, and his logic was clear and sharp. His divine sense flickered slightly, and a trace of golden light flashed through his eyes. He immediately understood. From the beginning to the end, Al had been secretly leading, most likely using sound transmission techniques. After all, Al was a woman and her aura was much weaker. Moreover, she had just lost to Xianxia in the technique, so it was inevitable that she did not have enough confidence when she spoke. He was different. Although he had an agreement with Xianxia, he was a creation realm expert and the current emperor of all demons, so he had enough strength and confidence to negotiate with the human race. "I understand what you and MR.AI mean," Xianxia said. "The key to the problem is that we don't have the right to do so. It's not that we don't want to. I think the wise move now is to put aside the debate and fight the enemy together." He mentioned MR.AI on purpose, but also indirectly said, "I know this is what you want." Al was a smart person and naturally understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "We understand young Master Yun and the other lord's intentions. In that case, we won't force you." Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Could it be that the demon race was so easy to talk to and didn't fight anymore? The referee was also stunned, and the powerhouses behind him also showed puzzled expressions. Previously, Al Hui had analyzed the situation with everyone. Although they had lost the bet and joined the Heavenly Martial Alliance, they had to seize this opportunity and plot a 10,000-year plan for the demon race. But she did not expect that she would give up as soon as Yunxiao said so. Yunxiao was very touched. He cupped his fists and said, "Mr.AI is truly a man of righteousness. I really admire your magnanimity. Yes, that's the spirit of Martial Emperor Lei Feng, who is selfless and only benefits others," Li Mangshan quickly said. The crowd was stunned and looked at him strangely. "Lord Mangshan knows Martial Emperor Lei Feng as well?" Li Mangshan nodded. "I've seen him before. What's wrong?" Everyone, he. Yunxiao patted his head and shook it. "It's nothing." Al smiled and said, "I don't really understand the spirit you're talking about. I just don't want to make things difficult for you. After all, it was fate that brought them together. And I firmly believe that if the lords had the authority, they would definitely help." "Yes, yes, yes, that's right," everyone echoed, praising Al Hui for being understanding. A smile flashed across Al Hui's eyes, and he said with a smile, "With the words of the lords before me, I'll be thick-skinned and say it. The monster race has been living in the cracks of the eastern region for a long time, which is not conducive to the development of the clan. I'm begging young Master Yun to help me with something within my authority." Yun Xiao cried out in his heart. Although he had a faint feeling that he had been tricked, Al Hui had hidden it too well, so he had to suppress it before he could do anything. When he met Ael's profound gaze, he felt a little uneasy and subconsciously asked, "What is it?" The corners of Ael's lips lifted slightly, making her pretty face look even more gentle and harmless. She smiled and said, "Since young Master Yun is the city lord of Yanwu, you naturally have the right to manage the affairs of the city. I hope that after the demonic tribulation, the entire demon race can integrate into Yanwu. When we find a more suitable place in the future, we'll leave immediately and won't disturb you too much." Ah! Yunxiao's heart jolted, and he was completely stunned. The rest of the people were also speechless and petrified. And the other great demons instantly understood, and they couldn't help but smile. The referee's previous stern expression was replaced with an innocent smile. "Mr.AI is right. We know the city lord's difficulties and his benevolence. We don't dare to raise conditions that are too big. We will only ask for one that the city lord can do and within the scope of his authority." He. The few great demons behind him also laughed, each of them beaming with joy. This condition was even better than the human race giving up part of their interests. After all, although the realm of heavenly martial arts was huge, which resource in the world could compete with Yanwu's? "Li Yunxiao, don't you have no right to rule over the world? But as the city lord of Yanwu, you should be able to control the city's affairs, right? Besides, the demons have been living in Yanwu for the past few days," Al Qian said with a smile. "They're very used to it and treat it like their own home. Everyone loves young Master Yun's Yanwu. This Ing Luo." Yun Xiao felt cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he said in embarrassment, "This Xuanji Yanwu is too small." "Not small anymore. Yanwu is so vast that it can accommodate a few demons," Al hurriedly said. "And isn't it still expanding? It's said that it's going to be increased by 10 times. Yun Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with an embarrassed smile, "That's just said. It's not necessarily true." "It's all right," Al said with a smile. "Even if we can't live in Yanwu, the city is surrounded by the Cloud Heaven City Lord's territory, so we can just live outside the city. The demon race is used to sleeping in the open, so they don't feel tired even if they sleep in the wilderness. The entire city of Yanwu was the best place for cultivation in the world. With this ability," Mo Dao said, "I can help you with just one word. City Lord, you won't refuse, right?" Al immediately retorted, "Now is not possible. Just now, Tianyi Lord Ot Cloud Sky City made a solemn vow to all of you. All of you are top masters of the human race, and you can't just turn your words into farts, can you?" The word fart came out of the mouth of a woman with an elegant bearing like her. It was extremely abrupt, and even she herself could not help but blush slightly. Yunxiao felt a headache coming on. He did not know whether to agree or not. Ding Ling hurriedly explained, "Our AI is right. Yanwu does need to be expanded, and we welcome the demons to move in. However, they are our guests, and we can't mistreat you all. Let's invite the demons to move in after the expansion." "Really? Thank you so much, Ling Er." Obviously, Ming breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him with pleasure, as if she had been relieved of a burden in her heart. However, she still looked at Yunxiao with worry. After all, he was the city lord of Yanwu. Yunxiao's heart stirred. He had understood the meaning behind Ding Ling Er's words. She would let the demons live in after the expansion, which meant that if they did not expand, they could openly not let the demons in. After all, she was an extraordinary woman who had been in the business world for a long time. Her eloquence and calculative mind were not something Chu Hongyan and the others could compare with. Now, he could only deal with it in a roundabout way. In the future, he could take one step at a time. Perhaps he would directly die in the demonic tribulation, and there would be no more trouble. Yunxiao nodded in agreement. The corners of Al's mouth curled up in excitement, revealing her pearly white teeth. Even Richard, who was always serious, showed a rare smile and said, "Many thanks." Yunxiao was very depressed, wondering if the demons would fight him to the death if Yanwu stopped expanding in the future. "According to the bet, I'll also offer the items I refined to the Heavenly Martial Union," Aixin said happily. After she finished speaking, she took out a ball of golden light and held it in her palm. She unwillingly stretched out her fingers and stroked it, saying, "I thought that this was the limit of the world's refinement and that I would definitely be able to defeat young Master Yun, but I didn't expect to still lose." A trace of desolation flashed past her eyes. Her beautiful face, coupled with a faint, disappointed expression, made all the male creatures present pity her. Even Chu Hongyan and the others couldn't bear it. "There's no need to belittle yourself, Our.ai," Yunxiao said hurriedly. "There's no doubt that you are the greatest alchemist in the world. The only reason I was lucky enough to win was because of the Maha-Ancient God art. If I didn't have this opportunity, I would have lost." Al composed himself and smiled. "Opportunities are also a part of strength. A loss was a loss. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it was not a bad thing. This will let me understand that I have yet to reach the limits of the art path, and the road ahead is still long." On the day of the competition, Al Hui had even chosen to sacrifice herself for righteousness, but he had not expected her to be able to let go of success and failure so easily. This spirit of understanding victory and pursuing the art of Tao industriously won everyone's respect. Al continued, "I thought that the rules of creation would be of great help to young Master Yun, but now it seems that it's still far inferior to the Maha-Ancient God tactic. I don't have any better gift for you, young Master Yun." "You're too kind, Our.ai," Yunxiao hurriedly said. "This gift is extremely precious." The characters in the ball of golden light flickered continuously. Although they were not as majestic and domineering as the Maha-Ancient character, they were a brand new character of laws. Moreover, the difficulty of comprehending them was relatively lower. If he used them as a step, it would be easier to reach the height of the Maha-Ancient character. He carefully held the law of all creation in his palm and carefully put it away. "Congratulations, young Master Yun," Ling Mudi said with a smile. "You've obtained 2 precious treasures in a row, both of which are extraordinary. I'm now more confident in dealing with this demonic tribulation, especially the Master of Ups and Downs," Li Mongshan said. "If you can fully control it, its power will probably not be inferior to that of a heavenly saint weapon." "It's completely possible," Bomu nodded. The Divine Realm Tablet was a projection of the power of this realm. When Master Ups and Downs had just appeared in the world, he had directly broken the chains of the law, and his full power might be above the power of the realm. At the very least, it's an existence that's beyond our understanding. This way, we'll be more confident about what we've discussed before, Li Mongshan said. "A negotiation?" Yunxiao asked. "A negotiation?" Young Master Yun was still in a coma before this, Ling Mudi said. Regarding this demonic tribulation, our heavenly martial union and mysterious separation island have had several in-depth exchanges and reached some consensus. Everyone returned to Yanwu and gathered some of their leaders in the city lord's mansion. Yunxiao and Ling Mudi sat at the head of the table, followed by the people of Mysterious Separation Island and the Demon Race, and then the commanders of the Heavenly Martial Union. This was the first time Yunxiao had shown his face in more than 3 months after the magic art. When everyone saw that he was fine, they all came forward to congratulate him, revealing happy and excited expressions. The battle had raised Yunxiao and Alhui's status in the hearts of the world to an unparalleled height. Yunxiao also thanked them one by one. After a short greeting, the scene quieted down. Young Master Yun, Ling Mudi said, while you were recuperating, I've talked to the elders of Mysterious Separation Island many times about our views on the demonic tribulation. Since the last battle at the Red Moon City, the demons had not made any moves until today. It was likely that the demons had also suffered heavy losses. It seems that the power of the devil world is not as terrifying as we thought. My lord, do you mean that the fiercest demonic war has passed and is now coming to an end? Yunxiao asked suspiciously. Of course not. I mean, maybe we can change our current strategy, said Ling Mudi. He exchanged a look with the 3 princes of Mysterious Separation Island, and the 3 princes all nodded slightly. Yunxiao frowned slightly as he listened patiently. It has always been the demons who have invaded us. Ling Mudi continued. We've been in a passive state of defense. It's normal for the weak to be beaten. However, since the last battle at the Red Moon City, although the heavenly martial arts realm has suffered heavy losses, there have been many strong cultivators who have directly broken through the shackles and entered the Fate realm. The present is no longer the same as the past, and the number of manifestation stage cultivators is no longer less than the demons. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, I captured a fiend lord. According to him, the fiend realm is ruled by 8 fiend supremacies. One of them died in the Battle of Red Moon City. If what he said is true, there should be 7 more demon venerable powerhouses in the demon world. That's right, but only 7. Ling Mudi deliberately emphasized the word just and said with a firm expression, in the heaven martial realm, Yi Qingyu and the 3 kings are all in the Fate realm. Faney and Mr. Nye are also in the Fate realm. Although I haven't reached the Fate realm yet, I'm not far from it. Yunxiao was overjoyed when he heard that. He knew that the Lingmu flute must have made great progress recently, so he quickly cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, Lord Mudi. His joy and congratulatory words came from the bottom of his heart. Among the many powerhouses around him, the one who had accompanied him, helped him the most, and made the greatest contribution to the heavenly martial arts realm was none other than Chu Mudi. I should be the one thanking you, young Master Yun, Ling Mudi said with a smile. He was referring to Feng Yaoli's true body, which Yunxiao had provided. The 2 of them smiled at each other. Their friendship as teacher and friend was expressed without words. Ling Mudi continued, That's why I've calculated it with a few lords from Mysterious Separation Island. The heavenly martial arts realm's power is not as strong as the devil realm's, but the difference is not too big. However, the premise of this conclusion is that there are no holy devil-level powerhouses in the devil realm. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't agree. First of all, it's still unknown whether there are saint devils in the devil world, and secondly, the 8 supreme devils are only the power on the surface. Don't forget that in the Tiandang Mountains, the few people who robbed the Saint Devil Hall claimed to be from the Saint Devil family of the Ice region, and they also had the power of a supreme devil. That's right, Ling Mudi said. The devil world must have some hidden strength too. It's impossible that there are only 8 devil lords. But don't forget that there were also powerful existences in the heavenly martial realm, such as the master of the abyss of the sea, and the realm that had yet to open. There should have been people like the true dragon and the others. Speaking of which, the ultimate was also considered an expert in the heavenly martial realm. It's just that it's very difficult for us to use these forces. By the same logic, even if there are other forces in the demon world, I'm afraid they can't be united. Even if it's as you said, My lord, Xianxia said thoughtfully. I wonder what this means? Or do you have any good ideas? Yes, Li Mongshan laughed. Lord Mudi discussed with us and came up with a bolder idea. We'll take the initiative to enter the devil world. What? Voluntarily entering the demonic realm. As soon as these words were spoken, other than a few people who knew about it in advance, the entire place was in an uproar. All sorts of confusion, shock, contemplation, and even refusal spread throughout the hall. Everyone was discussing without any apprehension and expressing their own opinions. Isn't this too risky? Mo asked in a deep voice. After all, we've only been invaded by devil tribulations for countless years, and we've never heard of anyone entering the devil realm. Our understanding of the devil realm is almost zero. Yes, you're right, Demon Emperor. The voices of agreement from below joined together, all of them extremely approving. As the lords had said, the strength of the realm of heavenly martial arts was not weak now. If they focused on defense, they had a great chance of surviving the demonic tribulation. However, if we advance rashly and give up the huge advantage of realm power suppression, it would be unwise. Mo nodded. That's right. If we enter the devil world, we'll also be suppressed by the world power of the devil world. In addition, the devil realm's level is higher than the heavenly martial arts realms. Even if a creation realm expert enters, they might not even be able to defeat their second-grade devil lord. Bomu frowned. I'm also in favor of continuing to defend. We can't be greedy and advance rashly. The loss of any manifestation stage expert is unbearable. The voices in the hall were almost one-sided, all against entering the devil realm. Ling Mudi and the others looked at each other and smiled, as if they had expected this situation. Lord Mudi and the three kings have agreed to enter the devil world, Xianxia said thoughtfully. Have they figured out the way to enter the devil world left by Lu Congzi? Not bad. Young Master Yun is indeed intelligent. Ling Mudi was full of admiration for Xianxia's keen insight. After a pause, he sighed with emotion and said, It's a pity that Lu Congzi is also very intelligent and an extraordinary talent. Such a dragon among men has actually fallen and become a demon. It's a great loss. Xianxia's face turned a little unsightly when Ling Mudi mentioned Lu Congzi several times. His heart ached for Lu Congzi's demonic cultivation far more than the others present. According to the secret art provided by young Master Yun, Ling Mudi said, I found some alchemists and experts to study it, and I finally fully comprehended it. Not only can this secret technique allow us to pass through the devil realm, but it can also greatly reduce the suppression of the devil realm's power on us. I've already sent a few experts to conduct experiments on the cracks in Red Moon City, Li Mongshan added. However, for safety reasons, they didn't go too deep in. Xianxia subconsciously touched his chin and asked, How much can the pressure from the realm power be reduced? We've also estimated this value, Ling Mudi said. About a third. Only 1/3? Xianxia frowned as he shook his head and said, It's far from enough. It's indeed a little, said Ling Mudi, but it's already an amazing secret technique. Lu Congzi had joined the devil himself, and with this secret technique, he was probably able to fully adapt to the world power of the devil realm. Sigh, how good would it be if this person didn't betray us? What has happened can't be changed, Xianxia said. Besides, the heavenly martial realm is full of talents, and there has been no shortage of geniuses since ancient times. It doesn't mean that it can't be used without him. He had a deep grudge against Lu Congzi, and hearing Mu Yudi mention it many times made him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Mudi noticed the displeasure on Xianxia's face, and he sighed in his heart. You're right. However, just the comprehension of this secret technique isn't enough for us to acknowledge our entry into the devil realm. The second reason that supports our idea is that Master Amaterasu has already made a complete copy of the mana lock. Really? Xianxia shot to his feet, his eyes gleaming. He had personally experienced the power of the demonic vitality lock. It could completely lock the operation of demonic power and was a fatal nemesis to the demonic race. It was a sharp weapon that Lu Congzi's master had developed after countless generations. Tian Zhaozi was also in the hall. He stroked his white beard and nodded with a smile. It's all thanks to Lord Al's help. Otherwise, with this old man's stupidity, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to replicate it even after 10 or 100 years. Since Al could comprehend and refine the rules of all living things, it was only natural that it could comprehend and replicate the mana lock. Yunxiao looked at Al Hui and bowed deeply. Mr. Al's action has made a great contribution to the realm of heavenly martial arts. It's hard to estimate. Al hurriedly stood up to return the greeting and said, "Young Master Yun, you're too kind. It's my duty. Even though I've completely mastered the Fiend Essence Lock, its materials are extremely precious, and I'm afraid that even the entire realm of heavenly martial arts can't make many of them." That being said, Yunxiao was still very happy. Of course, if it could be easily made, Lu Congzi's lineage wouldn't have only one. However, Yu Shengfeng had already found a way to counter the Devil Essence Lock, but the Devil World's people didn't know about it. This item is too precious, enough to surprise them and catch them off guard. With a smile in his eyes, Lingmu Di looked at Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yun, do you agree to let us enter the Devil World now?" Yunxiao was taken aback, and his excitement immediately diminished. He shook his head and said, "No. Although the Devil Essence Lock is powerful, it's not enough to deal with the dangers of the Devil World. It's still too risky to enter. Young Master Yun is indeed a cautious person. This is a big deal. We've already sent Miss Ling to gather the raw materials all over the world after we've forged the demonic Essence Lock," replied Amaterasu with a smile. "In the past few days, I've been discussing with Lord Al about how to attack and defend against demonic chi, and I've also made quite a few achievements." He clapped his hands, and an alchemist immediately came forward with a proud look on his face. The alchemist looked around, then raised the corners of his mouth and flicked his fingers. 2 beams of light shot out and transformed into 2 treasures in the hall. One of them was a scarlet blade, thin and sharp, with the color of blood iron. 9 arrays were carved on the body of the blade side by side, emitting a gray luster. The other was a war armor. The black armor was simple and elegant. There were not many decorations except for the lines on the chest armor, which were printed with a green and red fierce beast. It exuded a heavy and solemn aura. "This is a Kasaya." Yunxiao sensed that although both of them were 9th-tier mystic artifacts, their quality was very ordinary. However, the demon attack and demon defense mentioned by Amaterasu should be focused on this formation. "Young Master Yun," Tenzhou Zi said, "you're also a devil cultivator. You can feel it, yes?" Yunxiao nodded and said, "How do you feel it?" Although the alchemist looked proud, he looked at Yunxiao with respect and did not dare to show any disrespect. He cupped his fists and said, "Alliance Master Yun, please excuse me." Yunxiao waved his hand and said with a generous smile, "Come on." The alchemist performed an incantation gesture with one hand and hit the blade. The blade immediately buzzed, spun in the air, and then slashed at Yunxiao. With a wave of his hand, a ball of demonic light flickered and formed a black barrier in front of him. Swish! The blade light flashed and drew a red line in the space. It directly stabbed into the barrier, and the tip of the blade penetrated an inch. Yunxiao's eyes shone as he praised, "What a divine weapon!" This kind of weapon also referenced the principle of the Devil Essence Lock, and the damage to the devil can be increased by 3 times at most. Al nodded gently and smiled. 3 times. Duh. I didn't hear it wrong, right? Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. Everyone present in the hall was an expert of the present age. They naturally understood how terrifying it was to have their damage tripled. However, this was only extremely effective against martial artists below the Void Realm. A Divine Sovereign Realm expert could still use it, but it would be impossible for any higher than that. The demon-breaking blade could not withstand the power of a Void Realm expert at all. It would probably self-destruct before it could even harm the enemy. Even so, it was still an extremely terrifying product of alchemy. Once it was mass-produced, the overall combat power of the heavenly martial arts realm against the devil realm would soar instantly. "Can this saber be mass-produced?" Yunxiao asked. It was no longer important how much damage it could increase. The key was whether it could be mass-produced. If it could only be created a few times like the mana lock, then the meaning would be limited. Ai Weiwei shook her head and said, although the manufacturing cost is lower than the mana lock, it can't be considered mass production. With the Heavenly Martial Union's current resources and techniques, it's still possible for them to produce 30 to 40 swords a year. I'm afraid 30 to 40 is a little too little. Yunxiao looked straight into Al Hui's eyes and asked solemnly, what's the maximum level you can forge? Al sighed, thought for a moment, and said, according to my estimation, if an alchemist were to devote himself to the refinement of this kind of blade, he might be able to make over 100 pieces in a year. But 100 pieces is really the limit, and it's hard to go higher. Any higher and the quality will be affected. Haha, 100. Very good. Yunxiao laughed as he turned his eyes to Tenzatzi and said, Lord Amaterasu, can you gather all your power to forge this blade? Young Master Yun is too idealistic. The 100 pieces that Lord Al said included the Mu family, who built the city's defense, and the array masters led by Lord Tongguang. Tian Zhaozi shook his head with a bitter smile and denied, the tasks of the alchemy department are very heavy. It's only possible if everyone gives up on what they're doing. In addition, although the material of this kind of demon-breaking blade is not as precious as the Devil Essence Lock, it is also an extremely rare item. Miss Ling may not be able to produce 100 pieces of raw materials in a year. Let me say something that young Master Yun doesn't like to hear. Let alone 100 pieces. I don't think it's possible to complete even the 30 or 40 pieces that MR.AI said. It's already the limit to be able to forge 30 pieces in a year. His words undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on Yunxiao and everyone else in the hall. But when Yunxiao thought about it carefully, he knew that what Tenzatzi said was true. He could not help but sigh and feel a little dejected. This was because all the previous MO wars had been extremely tragic, especially the last battle of Red Moon City, where many of their comrades had died. If everyone had been equipped with a demon-breaking blade, the casualties would have been reduced by at least half. Thinking of this, he appeared a little anxious. The arrangement of the Great Rebirth Blissful Formation has been completely taken over by Lord Tongguang. The Mu clan's current task is to refine the 12 Golden Men and the Floating City. If young Master Yun needs manpower, we can stop at any time and join in the forging of the demon-breaking blade. The task of city defense is also very important, Yunxiao said helplessly. You must not stop. Then he thought of Lu Congzi, and his heart burned with anger and hatred. If the alchemists of the Sea of Soul Formation were still here, the alchemy power of the Heavenly Martial Union could at least double. In fact, I estimate that the number of demon-breaking blades will be even fewer, Amaterasu said after some thought. Yunxiao frowned and said unhappily, what now? Tian Zhaozi pointed at the war hoe and said, because the refining of this demon-resisting armor is more time-consuming, energy-consuming, and raw materials than that of the demon-breaking blade. Demon-controlling banner? Yunxiao looked at the armor, and without waiting for Tenzatzi to say anything, he shot a beam of devil light at it. The demonic light struck the chi, causing it to emit a crisp clang and a ring of light to ripple. The puppet fighter kept shaking under the impact, but the demonic light only dented the puppet fighter's body, the size of a thumb. Yunxiao was shocked again. He kept staring at the armor, then sent his divine sense into it and began to analyze its structure. The great hall quieted down. Almost everyone was holding their breath. Because Yunxiao had refined a holy sword and shattered the chains of laws in the previous battle, everyone recognized him as the strongest alchemist of the present age. There were only a few people who were fighting to discuss the various issues in detail, but they were all harmless. A moment later, Yunxiao retracted his divine sense and sighed. MR.AI and Lord Amaterasu have given me too many surprises today. If we go all out, how many pieces of this armor can we produce in a year? The moment he said that, it proved that he had already acknowledged the defensive power of the armor. The armor's defense against demonic chi attacks is several times stronger than normal attacks, said Tian Zhaozi. If a true Immortal Realm warrior is equipped with the demon-breaking blade and the demon-resisting armor, his attack and defense would be 3 times stronger than before. Due to the data of the magic breaker blade, the crowd's clamor and exclamations were somewhat restrained, but it still caused quite a commotion. Xianxia rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Such a good thing was placed in front of him, but he could not mass-produce it to increase the strength of the entire Heavenly Martial League, which made him very anxious. With the power I have, Amaterasu said, if I go all out to mass-produce the armor, I'll be able to produce at most 15 a year. That's half the number of anti-demon blades. However, because we won't be in our ideal state this year, and there are all kinds of missions, I'll conservatively estimate that we'll have 10. 10 Kasayas. Xianxia smiled wryly and said, isn't that too little? It's not even enough for everyone here to get one, let alone promote it. That's right, it's not enough. However, this demon-warding armor is even more useful than the demon-breaking blade, because there is no level limit for it. Even the lords in the creation realm can wear it, although the little bit of defense might not be enough for you. If the fiend-breaking blade and the demon-resisting armor are refined at the same time, Xianxia said gloomily, we won't be able to produce more than a few in a year. Amaterasu nodded. Looking at everyone's disappointed expressions, he sighed. It's better than nothing. You're right, Xianxia said. The refinement of every profound artifact can reduce the casualties of a comrade. I'll have to trouble Lord Amaterasu this time. I'll do my best. I won't dare to neglect you. Tensho Zi bowed. Lord Mudi. Xianxia looked at Ling Mudi and said, is the third reason why you decided to risk entering the devil world this demon-breaking blade and demon-resisting banner? That's right. Ling Mudi nodded. With these 2 items, we can have an easier time when we encounter ordinary demons. We can preserve more of our vital essence. Although the power of the Demon Vanquisher blade was limited, it was still very effective against ordinary demons. If he encountered a second-grade demon monarch, he would try his best to avoid fighting. When they encountered demon venerables, they would immediately escape. The entire demon world was so vast, and on the surface, there were only 7 demon venerables left. There was no reason for them to meet. Our purpose in entering the devil world is not to turn our defense into an attack, Li Mongshan said. We're just gathering preliminary information. It has always been the demonic realm that invades us, and they have a very good grasp of information about the heavenly martial realm. On the other hand, we have almost zero information about the situation inside the demonic realm. The information asymmetry has also caused us to be passive in the war. So our idea is to start building a preliminary information file on the demon world. Even if it's not useful this time, we can leave precious materials for future generations. Hearing that, Xianxia was also quite tempted. I was short-sighted. The suggestions of the lords are very reasonable. If they only went in to scout for information and gather all sorts of information, the feasibility was indeed very high. It'll also be of great help to us. I wonder if you have any specific arrangements? Quality is more important than quantity, Ling Mudi said. So, I plan to go into the devil world to investigate with only Lord Mangshan and me. You too? Xianxia was surprised. You too? If the 2 of you are in danger, the entire Heavenly Martial Union and Mysterious Separation Island will be in a passive position. Thank you for your concern, young Master Yun, Ling Mudi said with a smile. If we're only here to find out the situation, the possibility of us being in danger is not high. What he said was rather true. If they didn't consider the influence of the realm power, even the demon venerable might not be able to keep them. I remember that Mopu once said that because I have his fiend energy, I will not be suppressed by the realm power even if I enter the devil realm, Xianxia said thoughtfully. If you must go, I'm the most suitable candidate. You can't. No. Ling Mudi immediately objected. You're now the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader. Your every move is related to the safety of the world. If something were to really happen, the consequences would be hard to predict. Didn't you say that the possibility of something happening is not high, my lord? Xianxia laughed. It's not serious, Ling Mudi said, but we can't bear the 1/10,000th of the consequences. Of course not. Xiao said confidently. With the fiend essence lock and my own divine power, this possibility is not even 1 in 10,000. Unless I encounter a holy demon in the demon realm, even the demon commander will find it difficult to keep me here. Feiyang, you should listen to Lord Mu Di, Chu Hongyan said worriedly. Besides, you're still injured, and your energy has not fully recovered. There's no hurry to enter the devil realm, Xiao said. I'll be fine after I recover. Seeing that the crowd was still trying to stop him, Xiao waved his hand impatiently and said, There's no need to say anymore. I'm definitely involved in this matter. Lord Mu Di, please make a detailed plan. After I've fully recovered, I'll go to the devil world. But Yanwu can't be left unguarded, he said after a moment of silence. Let Lord Li Mongshan and I go. Ling Mu Di's face was full of depression. Knowing that he could not persuade Xiao, he could only sigh and say, Be careful, young Master Yun. I'll discuss the plan with the lords in the next few days. Haha. My safety is even more assured now. Li Mongshan chuckled. Alliance Master Yun, with that who's master in your hands, I'm afraid that even a holy demon can be cut in half with a single sword strike. TSK. Tisk. I'm still counting on you to take care of me, Xiao said with a wry smile. My lord, I'm counting on you. Li Mongshan smiled and nodded. We'll take care of each other. We'll take care of each other. We'll try to come back alive. After the matter was agreed upon, there were no more questions, and everyone left one after another. We've been working hard to create 2 sets of devil essence locks, devil warding armor, and devil breaking blade, Tian Zhaozi said. We've used the best raw materials for the 2 lords in the devil world. Although this might not be of much help to the 2 of you, it's still good to have a little more chance of winning. No, Xiao hurriedly said. Thank you, my lord. In the face of a great enemy, these 3 profound level weapons will definitely be able to play a great role. That's good. With important matters at hand, Amaterasu and the others did not dare to delay, and all of them retreated after beckoning. The 3 kings also took their leave and continued their seclusion. Soon, the hall was empty, leaving only a few core figures of the Heavenly Martial League. There's one more thing I need to deal with before I go to the devil world, Xiao said. I'll go to the devil world first. It's the prison Dharma body above the North Sea. Ling Mu Di nodded and said, Yes, I was just about to talk to you about this. If the evil spirit is allowed to possess the Dharmakaya, the Heavenly Martial Union will have another powerful being in the manifestation realm. This is a huge gift from the heavens. I asked the crocodile to guard the avatar, Xiao said, to avoid any accidents. However, it's too far away, and the connection with the crocodile has been cut off. Let's go to the North Sea first. Perhaps we can sense the crocodile's location. There's no need for young Master Yun to do this himself. Ling Mu Di stopped him. You can stay in Yanwu and recuperate. I'll go with the Duanmu siblings and a few other experts. After all, you're still in a very weak state. Xiao thought for a moment and said, I think I'll go. After all, you can't sense the crocodile's existence. Although the Duanmu siblings' divinations were wondrous, the more accurate they were, the greater the price they had to pay. It was best to let them do as little divinations as possible. As for Lord Mu Di, it would be better for him to stay in Yanwu. After all, at least one of us has to stay in the city. All right. Ling Mu Di could only compromise. I'll go prepare a warship. This way, young Master Yun can still recuperate on the warship. Although it may take some time, there's no rush now. That's good? Xiao nodded and said with a smile. That's good. After the discussion, the Heavenly Martial League's core members left one after another. Xiao asked Beifeng Nan to inform the evil spirit and make preparations for departure, while he continued his seclusion. He had never experienced a situation like the master of floating who was being refined. His essence, qi, and spirit were so exhausted that it was difficult to recover. It was as if a lifetime's worth of strength, talent had been exhausted in this battle. Previously, every time he used it, he would only need a few days to be fully recovered and resurrect on the spot. But this time, it was a rare, slow process. Moreover, he had a faint worry in his heart that he would never be able to recover. Xianxia calmed his heart and began to cultivate the great expansion divine technique to nourish his exhausted essence, energy, and spirit. Circles of golden light spread out from the incantation gesture on his fingertips, in sync with the frequency in his mind. Several hours later, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, which were full of worry. There was nothing wrong with the process of cultivation. If it was in the past, he would have recovered by more than half, but now his essence, qi, and spirit had increased by a tiny amount. Is it really impossible to recover? Xianxia was startled, and his fingertips turned cold. The so-called essence, qi, and spirit, to a great extent, depended on a person's soul power, which was also the foundation of an alchemist. If my essence, qi, and spirit can't be restored and I can't refine it again in this life, I'll regret it. Xianxia suddenly felt a lingering fear. The consequences were unimaginable and unacceptable to him. Is it worth it to bet all my luck and talent on this holy sword? Xianxia's eyes were filled with confusion, and a touch of melancholy flashed through his heart. His mind was a little blank. All of a sudden, a wave rippled in his heart, as if he had sensed something. What is she doing here? Xianxia frowned. After pondering for a moment, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the secret chamber. Outside Yanwu, thousands of feet high in the sky, Xiaohong and Jingqi stood in front of each other, quietly. 100 feet in front of the two, a huge heart flame bloomed, transparent and dustless, as beautiful as its master. Suddenly, a green light flashed past, and Xianxia showed up. He glanced at the two of them, and then his eyes fell on Xiaohong. What are you doing here? Xiaohong's expression changed slightly. She had made a huge decision to come over, full of anticipation and longing. However, she did not expect that the person who had come from thousands of miles away to watch over her would immediately throw a cold, reproachful sentence at her the moment she met her. All of her hopes were dashed. The ice flame 100 feet away suddenly shot up, just like her state of mind at this moment, turning from crystal clear to turbid and blazing. Why can't I be here? He gritted his teeth. Xianxia was taken aback. He was a little surprised by Xiaohong's reaction and wondered if he had said something wrong and offended her. Xiaohong saw his dazed look and became even angrier. Her eyes were extremely sore, but she still widened her eyes and sneered. You're right. Yanwu is your territory, and even the entire southern region is your territory. If you don't want me to come, I'm not qualified to come. Seeing that she was getting more and more excited, Xianxia quickly said, I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious about your sudden visit. Just asked? Is there anyone who would ask such a question? The more Xiaohong spoke, the more emotional she became. Finally, she couldn't help but cry, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. How should I ask if you're so silly? Xianxia could not bear to see women cry, so he felt a headache and was at a loss. Standing behind Xiaohong, Jingqi's face grew uglier, but he still remained silent with a livid face. He knew very well about Xiaohong's feelings for Xianxia, and he also knew how he felt about Xiaohong. He also knew Yunxiao's attitude toward Xiaohong, and at the same time he also knew Xiaohong's attitude toward him. The falling flowers intentionally followed the flowing water, and the flowing water had no intention of loving the falling flowers. Happy Juanxi didn't know. The person she longed for in her heart, the person she wanted to hold in her hands and protect, was made to cry by another man, but she could not do anything. He knew that the gap between him and Xianxia had reached a level that could not be crossed in his life. That feeling of powerlessness made him even more jealous, and he even felt like killing someone. Jingqi, you're really a piece of trash. Jingqi heaved a long sigh in his heart. His eyes reddened under his livid face, and he clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. Xianxia naturally noticed Jingqi's reaction, but he did not take it to heart. Jingqi might be able to catch his attention in the next few years, but now he was just a passerby, so there was no need to waste his energy on him. Xiaohong was silent. She pursed her lips and stared at Xianxia with her big eyes, letting her tears fall freely. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. Perhaps it was because he had released his emotions, His mood was much better, and his tears stopped very quickly. She gently wiped her cheek, and the ice fiend heart flame gradually became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Didn't you return to the North Sea? Xianxia did not know how to say it, for fear that she would cry again, so he carefully asked after thinking about it. Xiao Hong's anger seemed to have yet to dissipate as he glared at her and said, "Can't I come back after I return to the North Sea?" Xianxia felt a little depressed when he found that no matter how he asked, he could not get anything good out of him. But the other party's mood was much more stable than before, so he immediately said, "Of course you can come back. You're welcome to come back any time." Xiao Hong replied with an 10-inch and felt much more at ease. Elle came back this time because of the Six Paths demonic weapon. "You should have sensed it, right?" Xianxia said in his heart. "It should be that Di Jia has fallen," he said, nodding. He then explained in detail how the Devil Lord had come into being and returned to the Devil World. Xiao Hong was shocked when she heard this. She was stunned for a long time before she said awkwardly, "I'm much more at ease now that General has returned to the Devil Realm to hunt down that person. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. What I'm most worried about is this person's identity and cultivation base," Xianxia said with a serious face. He was able to kill Di Jia and seize the Agama Bone Cleaver. If this person is a holy demon, I'm afraid that a new generation of demon masters will be born. Holy demon, Devil Lord. Xiao Hong and Jing Qi were both taken aback by Xiao's speculation, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that it was not unreasonable. To be able to kill Di Jia and take Agan's Bone Cleaver, he had to be at least at the level of a demon supreme. It was even possible that he was a holy demon. Then what should we do? Xiao Hong asked in shock. "We don't have to worry about this for the time being," Xianxia said. "MOPU will worry about it. Unless the other party was really a holy fiend, it should be enough to deal with it with the strength of Pop. However, if it's really a holy demon, Xianxia and Mafu is in danger. Should we go to the Devil World and help MOPU? Xiao Hong asked after a moment of silence. Xianxia gave her a look and knew that this woman was never overcautious in her actions. He shook his head and said, "Do you think it's appropriate to help MOPU? Once we enter the Devil World, we can't do anything about it." Xiao Hong frowned and thought, "But in the devil essence I obtained, I vaguely remember that as long as I have the Rainbow Stone, I won't be afraid of the realm power's suppression. Therefore, whether it's you or me, we can do as we please in the MO world." "Oh, there's such a thing." Xiao's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it would be great if everyone was given a neon stone, but he immediately dismissed the idea. Not to mention that it was impossible to have so many rainbow stones. Even if there were, ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand the strange power of the rainbow stones and would probably be directly possessed by the devil. Xiao Hong nodded and said with a heavy expression, "If Xianxian, if MOPU really dies and a new demon master is born, will the heavenly martial arts realm be able to match him?" Xiao's face also turned serious. If it was just an ordinary holy demon, he might be able to put up a fight, but a demon master with a Six Paths demonic weapon was extremely terrifying. Things haven't developed to this point yet, so we shouldn't make wild guesses, but we can't let our guard down. I just happen to have plans to enter the devil realm, so I can inquire about this matter when I'm done. "What? You want to enter the devil world? Take me with you." Xiao Hong was taken aback and quickly said. Jing Qi was taken aback. He wanted to stop Xiao, but at the thought of his identity and Xiao Hong's attitude toward him, he knew that it would be useless to stop him. In his anxiety, he had no choice but to look at Xiao, hoping that he would stop him. "Why?" Xiao did not notice Jing Qi's gaze at all. He asked in confusion, "What do you want to do in the devil world? Although you and I have both obtained the Devil Lord Monarch's devil essence, I'm different from you. The devil is only one of your cultivation techniques, while I'm a spirit born from a rainbow stone. So to me, the best place is still the devil realm." She suddenly raised her head and said, "Seriously speaking, I should belong to the demon race. Big Brother Xiao is the Heavenly Martial Union's chief, so he might kill me in the future." "You're thinking too much," Xiao said with a smile. "No matter what race they are, I don't have any enmity towards them. What I want to kill is the demonic race that invaded the realm of heavenly martial arts. I believe that most of the demons don't want to invade the realm of heavenly martial arts. Really? Xiao Hong's mood brightened up immediately. She smiled and said, although I'm a demon, the realm of heavenly martial arts is my home. I'm still on the side of the realm of heavenly martial arts in the war between the two realms. Yunxiao nodded and said, I hope you will always remember what you said today. I don't know what it's like in the demon world, but I think it's very bad. If you really want to go, it's not impossible, but you have to be mentally prepared. In addition, if there's any danger, we'll immediately think of a way to escape back. If there's any danger, I'll run back to find Big Brother Yunxiao. Xiao Hong nodded heavily and stared at Yunxiao, her eyes flashing. Yunxiao promised, but he smiled wryly in his heart. How could he not know about Little Red's feelings for him? It was just that he had too many love debts and no longer wanted to hurt anyone. He could only play dumb and turn a blind eye to it. Lord Heavenly Venerable, are you really going to enter the Devil Realm? Jing Qi, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. Why? Xiao Hong frowned and said unhappily, what's that got to do with you? Jing Qi felt bitter inside, but he was already used to Xiao Hong talking to him like this. He stepped forward and asked, if Lord Heavenly Venerable must go, I'm willing to accompany you. Xiao Hong curled her lips coldly and scoffed. With your meager strength, you'll only be a burden to me if you enter the Devil Realm. Jing Qi's face was extremely unsightly, and his heart ached as if it were burning. Fine, it's up to you. I won't force you. However, if there's any danger, I won't save you. If you die, it's because you overestimated yourself. Xiao Hong waved her hand, as if she was too lazy to talk to him. She did not want to waste her precious time with Yunxiao because of this man. All right. Yunxiao nodded. I'll go to the North Sea, and I'll go to the Devil Realm as soon as I come back. You can stay in Yanwu and cultivate for a while. Even though you are a rainbow stone spirit, the regulations of the 10 directions of this world will also be of help to you. What are we going to do in the North Sea? Xiao Hong was stunned. She had just come from the North Sea. I'm doing something, Yunxiao said. But I don't know how long it will take, so I'll try to be as fast as possible. Then I'll go with Big Brother Yunxiao, Xiao Hong immediately said. You'd better stay in Yanwu. We're just going to find someone. There's no danger, just a little more time. Looking for someone? Xiao Hong's eyes lit up. I've been in the North Sea for a long time, she said hurriedly. I have a lot of men under me. I can help Big Brother Yunxiao. Yunxiao did not want to take her with him, but when he saw the sincere look on her delicate face, he could not bear to refuse. Furthermore, Xiao Hong had been staying in the North Sea for a long time, so perhaps she could really be of some help. After some thought, he said, all right, you can come with me, but you must listen to my orders. Not only you, but he too, he said, pointing at Jing Qi. Jing Qi's anger, which had been suppressed for a long time, rose. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not a member of the Heavenly Martial League, so why should I listen to you? Aren't your conditions a little too overbearing? No problem, Xiao Hong agreed immediately. She turned around and stared at Jing Qi coldly. If you like to hear it, then listen. If you don't like it, I'll kill you if you make Brother Yunxiao unhappy. Hearing this, Jing Qi was stunned. His bone-chilling eyes pierced through the air, and the murderous intent in them made him shiver. Even if he didn't care about his feelings at all, how could he just abandon the master-servant relationship that he had followed for so many years? Jing Qi was speechless. His heart seemed to have turned into a block of ice, falling straight into the abyss. Even Yunxiao could not stand it anymore, so he said in a hurry, I won't make things difficult for Lord Jing Qi. I'm just afraid that you'll be too careless and delay our plans. It's fine as long as you don't act on your own. Jing Qi, on the other hand, didn't react at all. He stood there blankly with a pale face. He looked more like a zombie than his own. He did not hear Yunxiao's words at all. Xiao Hong's heartless words echoed in his mind, cutting his heart one after another. He was in so much pain that he was completely numb. He did not even know how he had entered Yanwu. A few days later, an ancient warship was teleported out of Yanwu. At the same time, somewhere in the North Sea, the void was shattered, and the warship, which was hundreds of feet long and wide, rushed out of the passage. On the warship, Bo Mu was the leader in charge of all matters. Bolong and Water Deity had also followed, but everyone had made the best use of their time to cultivate in seclusion. Bo Mu, on the other hand, didn't need to cultivate, so he was the commander in charge of searching for the prison Dharmakaya. He identified the direction, and the battleship turned into a stream of light, heading in the direction of the sea forest. After the last battle, the forest of the sea was basically destroyed, but the location where they separated from the cage was near the forest of the sea, so they could only go to the sea to take a look. According to everyone's analysis, the possibility of the prison Dharmakaya still being in the same place was almost zero. However, the North Sea was so big that it was really difficult to find it. They could only try it out bit by bit. Furthermore, the Duanmu siblings and Zhuo Qingfan had also followed him. If things really did not work out, he would have the Duanmu siblings perform the divination. Zhuo Qingfan had already turned the entire sea region upside down before the battleship had even reached the vicinity of the sea forest. Even now, he was still searching the sea, but he had not found anyone. Yunxiao had also tried several times, but he could not sense the crocodile's existence. Everyone's search fell into a difficult situation from the beginning. The warship quietly stopped in the air, not knowing where to go. Helplessly, Yunxiao had no choice but to call Zhuo Qingfan back and ask Duanmu Yoyu to come out and divine. Duanmu Yoyu took out the 9 luminary star staff and tapped the bottom of the staff lightly. The 9 luminary star staff flew into the sky. Clang! Clang! Along with the sound of the staff rings colliding, the star staff emitted a golden shadow around it. The inside of the shadow was modeled and shone in all directions, as if the stars in the sky were revolving. By relying on the power of the star staff, he could greatly reduce the damage caused by divination. Duanmu Yoyu continuously cast hand seals and sent them into the star map, causing the star staff to tremble. Large waves of light rippled out and washed over the star map. Yunxiao and the others stood aside and watched quietly, waiting for the final result. Suddenly, the light wave trembled, and the stars around the star staff crumbled into light spots that filled the sky, disappearing in an instant. Clang! Clang! The 9 luminary star staff fell straight down and stabbed into the body of the ship, causing a circle of golden light to ripple from its original spot. Duanmu Yoyu seemed to have suffered a backlash. Under the surge of the golden light, he retreated several steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Brother, what's going on?" Duanmu Tsang was shocked. He hurriedly went forward to support Duanmu Yoyu. Duanmu Yoyu's face was also filled with shock. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why couldn't he calculate anything? Such a simple matter is actually suppressed by a mighty force and can't be calculated at all. A mighty power suppression? What's going on?" Yunxiao asked suspiciously. "What's going on? Tell me the details." He had also cultivated the true primordial tactics and had some sense for space-time calculations. Even if Chio's physical body is in the Dharmakaya realm, he shouldn't have such a powerful force to block divination, right? Yes. Duanmu Yoyu nodded and said, "I'm afraid some other power has interfered. Is it Luanyu?" Yunxiao asked thoughtfully. "Is it Luanyu?" "That's very likely," Bomu nodded. "In the 4 seas and even in the entire heavenly martial arts realm, the only one who has such power and would do such a thing is the true dragon's feather." Damn it! Fei Anihua was furious. This old man should have been annihilated in history long ago. Who knows how much more evil he has done in his many years of life. Duanmu Yoyu shook his head and said with a frown, "With Luanyu's current strength, it's still not enough to stop my divination. It's most likely that Shilong made a move. This is going to be troublesome. Even if it's not Luanyu," Yunxiao said worriedly. "The crocodile is in danger." Water Deity flicked her sleeves, and a stern look flashed across her beautiful eyes. "This time, we must find that Luanyu and dismember him into 10,000 pieces. The forest of the sea was also destroyed by those stinky dragons. The most important thing now is the four seas are so big. Where are we going to find them? It's even more likely that they're no longer in the four seas. Duanmu Yoyu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Let me try again. I don't believe I can't calculate it." "You can't." "No." Yun Xiao stopped him. "If we try to divine it by force and fight against that mighty force, we will only be seriously injured and lose our longevity." "Young Master Yun, you're worrying too much," Duanmu Yoyu said with a bitter smile. "Which generation of clairvoyants didn't die of old age? If the earthen jar broke without leaving the mouth of the well, the general would inevitably die in front of the battle. This was the case. All along, the Duanmu family has always lost their lives. I have never thought of living a long life." Duanmu Yoyu did not care about the crowd's attempts to stop him. He slapped the 9 luminary star scepter with his palm and immediately, a ring of sound rang out. Once again, the phenomenon of the stars appeared and revolved around him. Countless Maha-ancient characters flew out from Duanmu Yoyu's seal. The space-time rules contained in the divine skill of absolute beginning were constantly being displayed. Everyone was staring at it, their eyes full of worry. Bang! After a long while, a crisp metallic sound was heard from the star staff, and a golden light shot into the sky, exploding like fireworks. Boom! The golden light shot in all directions and then disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Duanmu Tsang hurriedly made hand seals. 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes appeared behind him, and countless runes were deduced on the 1,000 hands. With the brother and sister's combined efforts, they finally found some clues. The south. Duanmu Tsang stared in the direction of the south and said in a serious tone, "I still can't figure it out. I only know that we should head south." "South?" Xiaohong frowned. "The south is so big. Isn't this area a little too wide? Can you really divine it?" she asked suspiciously. "What did you just say?" Duanmu Tsang turned around and glared at Xiaohong. He gritted his teeth and said, "My brother has already tried his best. Just for this little clue, he has lost at least 10 years of his lifespan." 10 years? Just like that? Xiaohong's eyes widened in surprise, and then it looked pitifully at Duanmu Yoyu, who was sitting in the air, and shook its head. "What do you mean by this?" Duanmu Tsang was so angry that he rebuked. Xiaohong smiled sweetly and shrugged. "I don't mean anything. I just think the clairvoyant's life is too hard." "Little Red," Yun Xiao shouted in a deep voice. He was very dissatisfied with her words and deeds at the moment, and he regretted bringing her here. He was on very good terms with the Duanmu siblings, and the two of them had always done their best to help him, even disregarding the loss of their lifespans. Xiaohong's words were truly disheartening and embarrassing. Hence, he angrily rebuked, "Don't talk nonsense. Young Master Yu and Song Du have already done their best. Don't talk nonsense." Xiaohong's expression changed slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up coldly. She would not disobey Yun Xiao's words, but deep down, she still did not acknowledge the Duanmu siblings' abilities. Duanmu Yu slowly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. "You can't blame Miss Xiaohong, it's indeed my lack of ability. However, the divination this time was really strange. Even Yuri and Shilong shouldn't have such great power. Everyone, please be careful. Could it be that 9 Abyss?" Bomu suddenly asked. "The Lord of the Abyss." Yun Xiao was taken aback, but then he shook his head and said, "That person's strength is unfathomable. If it's him, it's really possible, but I can't think of a reason for him to attack. It's most likely not him." "That's strange," Bomu said, perplexed. Yun Xiao knew that it was useless to dwell on these things, and he could not think about things that had no results, so he said, "We can only take one step at a time. Let's search the south first. Brother Qingfan, I'll have to trouble you again." "Understood." Zhuo Qingfan smiled and disappeared from the battleship in a flash. "The area to the south is indeed rather large," Bomu replied. "Can you communicate with the Sea Tribe of the North Sea? It'll be much more convenient if they help." There was a troubled look on Palong's face. He hesitated for a moment before sighing, "Lord Ancestor, I'll try my best. If it was before, with the name of the Ocean Emperor, a single order would naturally make the four seas submit. However, during the Battle of the Sea Forest, the royal families of the four seas had fallen out with the Sea Emperor's palace, and all of them had died. Without the royal family, Poron had never communicated with the sea race below, so no one would recognize him. In other words, at this moment Poron was equivalent to an emperor of light. He flew out of the warship and floated above the sea. It was early in the morning, and the milky white fog floating on the sea could not block the peeping of experts of their level. After calculating the location, Poron took a deep breath and formed a seal with his fingers, sending it into the sea. After the surface of the sea had calmed down for a few breaths, a few figures broke out of the water, followed by a few pillars of water that shot up into the sky. The ones who had been summoned were the patriarchs of the nearby sea tribes. After Poron revealed his identity, those patriarchs were really furious. You dare to impersonate the Sea Emperor, even if your strength is heaven-defying. We are not people who are afraid of death. Don't expect us to surrender to your despotic power. If we meet again in the future, we will use the power of our race to behead you all into the deep sea. The sea tribe's patriarchs were all very unyielding. Even though they were suppressed by Pelong's aura, they still cursed and swore, showing an unyielding attitude. The few of them looked at each other, shook their heads and sighed, letting them go. Let's go south first, Xianxia said helplessly. We might find something. What I'm most worried about now is that something has happened to the crocodile. With its astral wind body, it shouldn't be in any danger. What exactly happened? At the end of his words, Xianxia could not help but worry. They had no other choice but to head south and see what would happen. The battleship flew for more than half a day, but they still didn't see any clues. Along the way, all he could see was the vast ocean. If not for the needle on the battleship, everyone would have been lost in it. Big Wheel Island should be ahead of us, Jingqi suddenly said. Big Wheel Island? The central hub connecting the natural moat ocean and the heavenly martial realm? Xianxia was taken aback. Is it the central hub? Yes, Jingqi nodded. Xianxia was slightly surprised, and he seemed to have caught something. I've been to Big Wheel Island a few times, but I didn't know it was in this sea area. After all, the vastness of the four seas was difficult to estimate, and they had to go through the teleportation formation every time. Can Lord Jingqi find the exact location? Without even looking at Xianxia, Jingqi grunted and crossed his arms over his chest, exuding a cold and unruly aura. Xianxia was extremely depressed because he had been given a cold shoulder. He knew that this guy had long hated him because of Xiao Hong. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiao Hong could not bear to see Xianxia being defeated. She frowned and scolded. Hurry up and tell me. Jingqi gave Xianxia a resentful glance and said, Of course I can. Our sex encampment is on the Big Wheel Island, so I naturally have the spatial coordinates. He was afraid that Xiao Hong would reprimand him again, so he very obediently took out a needle and threw it over, saying, The compass of Big Wheel Island. Xianxia was overjoyed. After catching it, he quickly cupped his fists and said, Many thanks. Brother Xianxia, are you suspecting that the disappearance of the prisoner's avatar is related to the Big Wheel Island's natural moat cliff? Xiao Hong asked. I can't say for sure, Xianxia said. But we are at a loss now, so we can only go to Big Wheel Island and try our luck. Then, he took the pointer and handed it to the person controlling the battleship. The battleship accelerated, turning into a stream of light and heading towards the coordinates at full speed. After more than a day, they finally flew into a sea area and arrived at the Big Wheel Island. The island was still as busy as before, and all kinds of shops were dazzling. From time to time, the light of teleportation would light up, and people would come and go in an endless stream. The prosperity was still as good as it had been in the past. Although there were few sects in the world now, it was the largest, if not the only place for the overseas aristocratic families to exchange material goods with the heavenly martial continent. Therefore, the prosperity was almost unaffected by the demonic tribulation. After the warship flew into the territory of Big Wheel Island, it was soon blocked by a powerful barrier. Who are you? As soon as he touched the barrier, several beams of light flew over, looking at the battleship and shouting. There were no obvious signs on the warship. Although it was simple and plain, the details revealed exquisite craftsmanship. It was definitely not an ordinary warship. More importantly, the battleship had come directly from the outside, not from the Big Wheel Island. This meant that the owner of the warship had either come here by accident or knew the specific coordinates of Big Wheel Island. And the probability of it being accidentally transmitted was almost negligible, which meant that it was definitely the latter. Since they knew the specific location of the Big Wheel Island, the identity of the visitor would not be low. With a quick thought, the guardian of the island obtained so much information, all of which were very important. He immediately became careful and didn't dare to be negligent. On the warship, Beifeng Nan shouted, "Please inform Lady Nan Xiu of the natural mode ocean. Tell her that the Heavenly Martial Union is here to visit." What? The Heavenly Martial Union? The protector was shocked. Although he knew that the person was not simple, he did not expect him to be from the Heavenly Martial Union. After all, although the Heavenly Martial League was at the peak of its power, all of its attention was on the Demon War, while the Big Wheel Island was still hidden from the world and did not have any conflicts of interest with the mainland. Could it be that they are here to persuade the Natural Moat Cliff to join the Heavenly Martial Union? The Guardian muttered in his heart, but this was not something he had to worry about. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Lady Nanxiu is not on the island. I'll inform Lord Wuxia, who is in charge of this island." After he finished speaking, he turned around and flew into the island. Duanmu Tsang blinked and asked, "Is Nanxiu not on the island? Then this matter might not have anything to do with them. He's not here just because he said so? Besides, we don't think it has anything to do with the natural mode ocean," Xianxia said with a smile. "We just hope to find some clues." Duanmu Youyu sighed. "I really miscalculated back then. If it was Brother Qingfan instead of the crocodile who stayed behind, he would probably have returned by now." "The battle was unusually fierce after the battle," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "Who could have thought of this?" Soon, several rays of light flew up from Big Wheel Island. The person in the lead was slender and handsome. Although he was dressed in an elegant green robe, his eyes were like torches, and his eyebrows were so high that they reached his temples. He looked very tough, more like a Confucian general than a scholar. The newcomer's eyes flickered on the battleship, and he cupped his fists and said loudly, "I am Wuxia, the person in charge of Big Wheel Island. I don't know which lord from the Heavenly Martial League has come to the Big Wheel Island, but I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me." "I'm Li Yunxiao," Yunxiao replied. "I'm from Yanwu." Li Yunxiao. Wuxia and the surrounding experts all trembled as they cried out in alarm. "Heavenly Martial Alliance's Alliance Master." "Yes, it's me," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm Yunxiao." Yunxiao's name was well known all over the world, so Wuxia and the others did not dare to neglect him. They hurriedly ordered to open the island's defensive barrier and let the warship in. In fact, they were still suspicious of Yunxiao's identity, but the aura vaguely exuded from these people made them feel suffocated. Even if they were imposters, they could only pretend that they did not know anything and continue to play dumb. Soon, the Big Wheel Island welcomed them with the highest level of treatment. In the most luxurious pavilion within the territory of the Natural Moat Cliff, 1 or 2 beautiful maidservants flew by, leaving behind many exquisite dishes. A golden bottle of wine was worth 10,000, while a jade plate was worth 10,000. Zhu Xiandao smiled as he led everyone to their seats. He said calmly, "It's just a little wine. I hope you can forgive me." Wuxia apologizes for any place he didn't take good care of. Everyone laughed and said, "You're welcome." After they took their seats, Yunxiao went straight to the point and asked, "The last time I saw Lady Nanxiu was in the treasure tower in the Eternal World. I haven't seen her for a long time and I miss her. How are you doing?" "Thank you for Lord Yunxiao's good fortune. Lady Nanxiu has always been well." Zhu Xianren quickly cupped his hands and said, "It's good that you're well." Yunxiao nodded with a smile and said, "Lord Zhua, I have a question. Has anything happened in the southern region of the North Sea recently?" "What happened?" Wuxia was slightly stunned. He muttered to himself and asked, "What is it that my lord is referring to?" Yun Xiao took a sip of wine, put down the glass and said, "It's the one that you think is a big deal." "I think it's a big deal?" Zhuokai thought for a while, then counted with his fingers and said, "The Mu Rong family's 17th young master and the Zhang family's young lady Jing Ru got married. The third aunt of the 100-flower fist sect master had eloped with his eldest disciple. There was also the Jiangnan tannery closing down, and the bastard boss Huang He, who had been drinking and gambling, owed a debt of 350 million primeval stones and ran away with his sister-in-law. Also, there's a new bun shop on the Big Will Island that has a good taste. It's really delicious. I recommend Lord Yun Xiao to go there and try it. Why don't I ask someone to buy it?" Cough, cough, cough. Stop. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he knocked on the table and said, "Aside from these trivial matters, is there any major event happening in the Southern Sea?" Zhuokai thought hard for a while and shook his head. "Perhaps I'm too busy all day, so I don't have much news. However, I've heard that a group of A-class members of the Sea Tribe have migrated to this place 3,000 miles away from here. I wonder if this is considered a big deal." "Not really," Yun Xiao said. Zhuokai helplessly spread out his hands and said, "Then it's nothing serious." Yun Xiao wagged his finger and said faintly, "Lord Zhuokai, you're not honest." This buy-in. Why does Lord Cloud Sky say this?" Zhuokai jumped in shock, his face full of innocence. "I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with you," Yun Xiao sneered. "Since Big Wheel Island is in this sea area, there's no reason why it can't get any information. Looks like I'll have to take a look at your brain myself." His expression turned cold, and a chill spread throughout the hall. Zhuokai and the other people in charge of the Big Will Island were all frightened and repeatedly cried for injustice. Zhuokai was both angry and afraid. His eyes widened and he said anxiously, "Lord Cloud Sky, you can't do this. We're really not hiding anything. Nothing big has happened recently." Another person also said angrily, "We've treated you as a distinguished guest all the way here. We've never mistreated you. We've also answered all your questions. We've told you everything we know. What evidence does Lord Cloud Sky have to say that we're dishonest? Although the natural mode ocean can't be compared to the heavenly martial union, we can't just let anyone bully us." Hee. "That's right." Yun Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Whether you bully me or not depends on your strength. As for the evidence..." He spread his hands and said, "I don't have any evidence, but I'm sure you're not being honest. What's wrong? Unconvinced? This young master's time is precious. If you can't say something that satisfies me within 10 breaths, I'll personally take action. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Even if I really did wrong you, I'll destroy the scene after you die. Nanshio, you won't be able to find out that I did it." "Even if he finds out by accident," Yun Xiao sneered, "he will never make an enemy of the Heavenly Martial League for you minions. That's why, if there's really no news, you can only blame your bad luck and die in vain." He spoke slowly, as if he didn't see them as humans. His aura had already suppressed all of them, making it impossible for them to escape or commit suicide. The faces of Zhuokai and the others had long lost all color, filled with fear and panic. Yun Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. Even if Nanshio you really knew, she would not make an enemy of the Heavenly Martial League, so she could only pretend that she did not know. Now, it was impossible to escape the blame of the higher-ups, not to mention that Yun Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. The few of them would have died in vain. 1. Yun Xiao began to count. "Don't search my soul. I'll tell you." Finally, one of them was scared out of his wits and began to cry. "Xiaodong, what are you doing?" Zhuokai was furious. His refined face tensed up and he stared at him with killing intent. "Sir, if you don't say it, you'll really die, and your soul will be scattered. You'll die in vain," Zhang Xiaodong said with a sad face. "Oh, it's really something." Chu Hongyan and the others were suddenly enlightened. "Young Master Yun, you're really good at playing the villain," Bomu said with a smile. The water deity tilted her head and thought for a long time. "Big brother Yun Xiao is so smart. How did you guess that they weren't honest?" "Didn't I tell you?" Yun Xiao laughed. In fact, I don't know anything. However, young master, you had deduced that the incident was in the southern part of the North Sea, and since the Big Wheel Island was here, this area of the sea must be within the sphere of influence of the natural moat cliff. That's why I gave them a scare. So it's Ingluo who's scaring us. Zuokai, Zhang Xiaodong, and the others were completely dumbfounded. They cursed the old fox in their hearts, but on the surface, they were relieved, knowing that there was still room for negotiation. Yunxiao nodded and said, "With my relationship with Lady Nanxiu, it's impossible for me to search your souls. Besides, if you can still withstand the verbal and physical threats, I'll believe that there is no problem. Then I'll naturally apologize to you." Zuokai and the others' faces were as white as paper, all of them gritting their teeth in silence. "I had no choice." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "Please forgive me." He retracted the cold air around his body. Zuokai and the others felt the pressure on them relax, but the pressure in their hearts was as heavy as a mountain. Some of them even wanted to cry. "It seems that you've been forbidden to keep your mouth shut," Yunxiao said. "What happened that made the natural moat ocean pay so much attention to it? If we say it out loud, we'll be violating the sect rules." "I'm afraid the sect won't let us off," Zuokai said dejectedly. "It doesn't matter," Yunxiao said. "I can see that you are all strong, so you can come to Yanwu." Not only could he improve his cultivation, but he could also participate in the war against the demon race and play his part for the safety of the realm of heavenly martial arts, realizing the great value of his life. It's better than staying on Big Wheel Island all day and doing nothing for the rest of your life. Zuokai and the others were stunned for a moment, and they all fell into deep thought. Although they didn't want to participate in the demonic war, they had heard of its destructive power. It was like a huge furnace. Without the strength of the void extreme divine realm, they would be melted down as soon as they participated. Everyone cherished their lives and didn't want to die. However, going to Yanwu was indeed a good choice. If he could improve his cultivation base, it would greatly improve his longevity and strength. After thinking it through, Zuokai was the first to bow and say, "We are willing to join Yanwu and serve Lord Yunxiao. We will follow his lead." The rest of them hurriedly followed suit and swore their allegiance. Yunxiao helped them up and said with a smile, "Very good. Now that we're a family, you should tell me everything you know." Zuokai's face twitched, obviously still a little fearful. After thinking for a while, he sighed. "In fact, we don't quite understand what's going on, but the higher-ups seem to take it very seriously. Everyone's mouth is sealed, and if anyone leaks the news, their end is no better than the word death." "I'll say it," Zhang Xiaodong quickly said. He had just sought refuge with his new master, so he was in a hurry to present his proof of allegiance. Zuokai's brows furrowed slightly. Although he didn't like it, he didn't pay attention to it, only showing a look of disdain. The rest of the people glared at Zhang Xiaodong with dissatisfaction, but Zhang Xiaodong didn't care about this and started talking. "What? The Southern Ocean 30,000 miles away has become a Dead Sea." After listening to Zhang Xiaodong's description, everyone was shocked, and Polong even cried out involuntarily. Although his current reputation as the Ocean Emperor was vague, he had once ruled the four seas and had deep feelings for the sea race. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel worried. "Yes," Zhang Xiaodong quickly said. "We don't know what happened either, but the scale of this incident is so great that it covers almost 100,000 kilometers of the sea. It's said that it's already become a dead sea with no living beings left. Recently, a large number of A-class sea tribes have migrated to the Big Wheel Island, and they were also affected." Yunxiao and the others exchanged looks, and they all saw the worry in each other's eyes. It was indeed possible for Qiu to turn the sea area within 100,000 li into a dead sea, but he had no reason to do so. Furthermore, the area of effect was so large that it could not be achieved in a short period of time. Yunxiao turned to Zuokai and asked, "What does the natural moat cliff say?" "They must know something, or they wouldn't have kept the news a secret." "He didn't say anything?" Zuokai shook his head and said, "It's just that something happened and he told us not to enter that sea area. He also said that no information could be leaked, or else he would be severely punished." Big Wheel Island was the center of all the overseas aristocratic families and the center of communication with the heavenly martial continent. As long as we can control the spread of information on this transfer island, we'll be able to suppress it. What do you think? Xiao looked at the crowd and asked, "What do you think?" It's extremely similar to a great battle, but this swan and I that covers 100,000 li of the ocean. After he finished speaking, he was also stunned. He immediately overturned his own point of view and shook his head. I'm afraid that only a battle between world kings can cover such a large area. Duanmu Yoyu said, "As expected, there's something strange. Even my deduction has been blocked. Everyone be careful." "There's no point in guessing," said Beimang Nan. "I'll ask a few of the sea tribes who migrated here before I go to see it." "Yes." Xiao nodded. "Those sea people will most likely get some news. Let's not delay any further. Let's go over now." Immediately, Zhuakai and the others also packed up their things and followed along with their families. "I'm afraid this trip will be extremely dangerous." Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's not appropriate for us to bring too many people. Lord Zhuakai, come with us, and the rest of you can go to Yanwu. I'll give you a written order." Zhuakai immediately saluted and ordered the rest of the people to secretly leave Big Wheel Island with their families. The Big Wheel Island itself was a teleportation transit point and was under their control. It was not difficult to retreat in one piece. The Heavenly Martial League's warship quickly rose into the air again, transforming into a stream of fire as it flew south. After braving the wind and waves for an entire 2 hours, the warship stopped above a sea region. Xiao looked at the vast ocean. His Zoldan Eve scanned the surroundings as he pointed in a direction and said, "There's an A-class sea tribe down there. Their people are busy cultivating and building. They should have just migrated here." He immediately sent a voice transmission to the bottom of the sea. Voila! Within a few breaths, the seawater exploded, and a burly figure rushed out. "What an ugly big fish!" the water deity exclaimed in disgust, showing her dissatisfaction with the appearance of the sea tribe. The sea tribe member had a muscular body like a water buffalo. However, his facial features were squeezed together, as if he could be covered with a palm. His 2 cheeks were puffed up, and he had 2 long, twisted beards, making him look extremely comical. Being summoned by such a powerful aura, the sea tribe member didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at the warship with fear in his green eyes and asked, "Which lord has summoned me?" "This one is the Red Kite Clan's patriarch." "Greetings, my lords." He quietly swept his gaze across the battleship and found that everyone's strength was above his. He immediately shivered in fear and kept quiet out of fear. "Red Kite Race? I've never heard of it." The water deity tilted her head and thought for a while. The vastness of the 4 seas was difficult to estimate, and the number of races that were nurtured within them was even more difficult to come by. Even though she was the daughter of the Sea Emperor, it was normal for her to not have heard of some A-class races. Xiao asked the sea tribe member to calm down and not be afraid, then said, "Let me ask you, why did you all migrate to this sea area?" The Red Kite Clan's patriarch was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have understood something and hurriedly said, "This one didn't know that this sea region was the territory of my lords. I hope you can forgive me. We'll leave now." Xiao was a little confused by his inexplicable attitude. He waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much. We're just passing by. We just want to know why you're migrating here." "Ah, I was wrong." The Red Kite Clan's patriarch immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In general, among the sea race, invading another race's territory was a very serious matter. When the time came, both sides would definitely fight to the death. And any one of these people in front of him could exterminate his entire clan. Only then did he relax, but there was still fear in his eyes as he recalled, because a large amount of terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the sea region earlier. Thousands of sea tribes were exterminated. It's too terrifying. His body, which was as strong as an ox, curled up and trembled in fear. A large amount of terrifying aura? Xiao frowned. What's a large number? How terrifying is it? The Red Kite Clan's patriarch was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but just the aura alone, even from such a long distance, it made us scared. If it wasn't so terrifying, we wouldn't have moved our entire clan. Xiao knew that he could not get any more valuable information from him, so he let him go. Then the warship headed toward the sea area at full speed. On the warship, Xiao asked Zhuhe, "What kind of a sect is the Natural Moat Cliff? Are they really not involved in the affairs of the world? And are they just carefree and neutral?" Zhuhe didn't dare to beat around the bush like he did at the beginning and respectfully replied, "In my humble opinion, at least on the surface, it should be like this." "Oh? It should be? You must nave Deen Tani natural moats and our roar a long time," Xianxia said with a smile. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have been the person in charge of Big Will Island." "Yes, it's been quite a while. More than 30 years. Zhuhe answered honestly. He's been in charge of the Big Wheel Island for more than 30 years. He's very capable. He must know a lot about the sect. Xiao asked pointedly, his smile meaningful. Zhuhe smiled bitterly and quickly cupped his fists. "I am ashamed. The Natural Moat Cliff was a very mysterious sect, and it was divided into inner and outer sections. The inner sect disciples rarely showed up, and all of them focused on cultivation. All external matters were handled by the outer sect disciples. The true core are the inner sect disciples." Not only Xiao, but the rest of the people were also stunned. They did not expect the organization in the Natural Moat Ocean to be so strict. Even Jingqi was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such an inside story. Xiao was rather disappointed. He had thought that he could get a lot of information about the Natural Moat Ocean, but it turned out that he still could not get what he wanted. As the person in charge of Big Wheel Island, Zhuhe had an excellent ability to read people's expressions. Naturally, he could see Xiao's expression, so he quickly said, "Although I'm an outer disciple, the location and function of the Big Wheel Island are very special. We also provide all kinds of resources for the inner disciples, so I actually know a lot about the inner sect." Xiao nodded. "Just now, you said that the Natural Moat Ocean should be a neutral sect that doesn't care about the world. The word should means that you are very uncertain. At least that's what they claim to be," said Xianxia. "And they really haven't done anything to the outside world all these years. They're just some ants." He paused, and when he saw Xiao listening carefully, he quickly said, "It's just that I personally feel that since they're not going to enter the world, they should just focus on their cultivation. Why do they have to be the leader of the hidden aristocratic families? Moreover, their business is so big that they have almost all the channels in the world." Startled, Jingqi couldn't help but frown. He could be considered as one of the top figures in the hidden sects, and he had dealt with the Natural Moat Ocean quite a few times, but he had never thought of these problems. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Zhuhe. Xiao kept nodding and said with a smile, "I think so too. I've always been curious. I just don't have the time to care about others. If this is related to the Natural Moat Ocean, I might have dug out some incredible secrets." Zhuhe was shocked. It seemed like he was planning to take over the Natural Moat Ocean. A day later, the battleship finally sailed into the Dead Sea. Everyone was an expert of the present age, and their divine senses were powerful enough to directly sense the bottom of the deep sea. There was indeed no trace of the sea race's aura, and the water was filled with a deathly aura. Moreover, after entering the sea area, he could feel the difference from other places. Even the sea water was unusually calm, and there were not even two waves. According to the water deity, the sea water here was dead. It's true that the sea within 100,000 li is dead, although he knew that this was the case. When he truly entered the land of death and felt that there was no life in the vast world, he was still shocked and his heart became heavy. "This can't be caused by me," Xiao said in a deep voice. "At least, it can't be caused by me alone. I don't know if it's related to him." "It should be related," Duanmu Yuvu said. "I'm Zuessens that he was captured in the south of the North Sea. But there's nothing here. The sea is 100,000 miles wide," the water deity exclaimed. "The entire sea is dead. How are we going to find the prisoners?" "Where's Zhuqingfan?" Xiao asked suspiciously. "Where did he go?" Logically speaking, he should have discovered something in such a huge Dead Sea. Why didn't he come back to report? Could Lord Zhuqingfan have met with an accident? Chu Hongyan's heart skipped a beat. Yunxiao's face flickered. It was indeed possible. Duanmu Tsang shook his head. It won't happen. I've just made a calculation. Darren should be fine. Furthermore, Darren is mature and steady, and he also possesses the Great Void technique. There aren't many people in the world who can make him stay. Yunxiao's tensed mind relaxed a little as he said, "It's good that he's fine, but we still have to find him as soon as possible. Otherwise, this place is too strange, and I'm afraid it might contain great danger. Don't worry. With Lord Zhua Qingfan's Great Void technique, he can come back at any time. I think he doesn't want to come back yet. We don't need to look for him." Yunxiao nodded. "That's fine. Let's walk around the sea and see if we can find anything." 100,000 li of ocean is still too vast, Bomu said. "It's better to act separately. That way, it'll be easier to find clues. It's naturally more efficient to separate, but it's too dangerous." Yunxiao immediately refused. "I suggest we stay together." Bomu thought for a moment and also felt that safety was the most important, so he said no more. The battleship began to fly freely on the Dead Sea, searching aimlessly. Sitting cross-legged on the warship, Yunxiao sank into his mind and conjured a phantom inside him. Holding the structure of all things Al had given him with one hand, he studied it carefully. He had been cultivating the 4 great divine arts for the past few days, but he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were still recovering very slowly. He was afraid that it was a residual effect from cultivating the master floating up and down. If there were no other opportunities, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to make up for it by relying on his own cultivation. Thus, he gave up on the 4 great divine arts and began to try to comprehend the structure of the myriad existences. Perhaps he could obtain some inspiration from it and get out of this predicament. As he was meditating, a demonic light suddenly flashed between his brows. It turned into a rune and then disappeared in the air. Yunxiao's heart jolted, and he immediately came out of his cultivation state and opened his eyes in surprise. At the same time, Xiao Hong was also looking at him in surprise. The two of them looked at each other and saw the doubt and confusion in each other's eyes. "Fei Yang, what's wrong?" Chu Hongyan asked with concern when she noticed their unusual behavior. The rest of the people also revealed strange expressions. "Ying Luo, you felt it too?" Xiao Hong asked suspiciously. Yunxiao nodded. His brows furrowed as he said with a solemn face, "I don't know what's going on, but I suddenly feel uneasy, as if something is going to happen." A feeling of uneasiness? Everyone was confused. Other than the two of them, the others did not sense anything. It should be related to the demon master. Just now, the demonic energy in my body throbbed inexplicably, Yunxiao analyzed. It seems to have sensed something. Xiao Hong should be the same. Xiao Hong nodded and said, "But we can't find the source of this uneasiness. Could it be?" She suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility, and her eyes widened in shock. Could it be that something has happened to Mo? Yunxiao's face flickered. LFMOPU is also dead. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Bo Mu. Bo Mu's expression was calm as he shook his head. Although the connection between me and MOPU has been suppressed by the True Sun mantra, I won't be affected as long as I don't use any power above the divine sovereign realm. If something happens to him, I'll definitely be able to sense it. A faint worry rose in Yunxiao's heart as he said, "Since it's not MOPU who's in trouble, what's going on? I originally thought that MOPU going to the devil realm to deal with the person who killed Dijia would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I didn't expect that it would become a hidden danger. If that person really absorbed MOPU, the consequences would be unimaginable." Fanny smiled and said confidently, "What are you afraid of? The reason why a demon lord is so powerful is because of his cultivation level as a saint demon and the power of the 6 paths demon weapon. Now that Darling's master is floating, in terms of power, it's not inferior to the 6 paths demon weapon. You're underestimating the 6 paths demonic weapon too much," Bo Mu said, shaking his head. "The reason for this misunderstanding is because the power it can display in young Master Yun's hands is truly limited. Something like breaking the chains of law was nothing to the Demon Lord Emperor back then." Xianxia suddenly thought of the internal space of the Six Paths demonic weapon and the power of reincarnation he felt in it. It was clear that the Six Paths demonic weapon was not just a heavenly saint artifact, but must have a deeper secret. Let's just go with the flow. Xianxia held his breath and focused his mind, not thinking about what had just happened, and continued to study the laws of all things. It was on the North Sea, tens of thousands of miles away from them. The originally calm sea surface was suddenly filled with strong winds. The dark clouds in the sky rolled down, almost sticking to the sea surface. Boom! Boom! Thunderbolts shot out from the dark clouds and struck the surface of the sea like a rain of arrows. The shocking lightning penetrated the sea and reached the bottom of the sea, causing the entire sea to surge. The dark clouds and lightning covered 1,000 miles of the ocean, and the sea creatures inside were instantly struck by countless lightning bolts. The originally warm sea water turned into a steel knife that cut through bones, mincing all living beings and their corpses into pieces. After the clouds released the endless lightning, they gradually separated, revealing a bottomless black crack. A man's figure had appeared in front of the crack without anyone noticing. The man looked around, touched his chin, and said, "This should be the Four Seas, but I don't know which sea area it is." His lips curled up into a smile, looking extremely happy. He chuckled and said, "It's been 100,000 years. I finally returned to the realm of heavenly martial arts." Suddenly, a faint female voice entered his ears. "It's really interesting. Back then, you entered the demon realm for the power of the demon master, and now you've returned to the heavenly martial arts realm for the power of the demon master. After 100,000 years, we've returned to the starting point." Clang, a golden light bloomed, and a golden wheel appeared in the man's hand, emitting a divine light. There were teeth on the wheel, and the totems of the demon race were engraved on it. In the center was a towering ancient tree with many branches and leaves, as if it had formed its own world. Under the shadow of the tree, a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Her face was bright and beautiful, and her eyes were clear. The starting point isn't that starting point, and I, Zhuokuan, am not that Zhuokuan. Master Hu, take a good look at this world. This is my birthplace, the realm of heavenly martial arts. Speaking of which, their relationship is quite deep. The man was none other than the previous lord of the land, Zhuokuan. He raised his head to the sky and expressed his feelings. He closed his eyes and sniffed the air that was filled with the smell of seafood. His expression was extremely satisfied. In the golden wheel of the magic tree, under the shadow of the ancient tree, Mo Yuan sneered and said, "I'm really crazy. I actually followed you into the realm of heavenly martial arts. Don't be so emotional. Let's hurry up and find the clone left behind by the demon Lord Emperor." Yuan curled her lips into a faint smile and said coldly, "Although we're fleeing, we'll still die without a doubt. The phoenix body is a divine object of the realm of heavenly martial arts. With Dijia's current power, he can't control it and can only be devoured." Zhuokuan grunted in agreement and said, "Under the sky, apart from Mopu, the Emperor's avatar is in the body of a man named Li Yunxiao and Xiao Hong. And that Li Yunxiao..." His eyes narrowed slightly, and he revealed a strange smile. "He's the one who wiped out the position we set up outside the crack. The owner of the Heavenly Saint artifact?" He was shocked. Zhuokuan nodded, squinting his eyes as he smiled. "I'm really looking forward to it, haha." He suddenly laughed and sensed the direction. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a demonic light, breaking through the sky. On a precipice, there were white clouds and waterfalls falling from all directions. The wind and waves merged together, making it look like a paradise. Between the white clouds and the sky, there was a flat land that was thousands of miles wide. A large number of exquisite palaces of various shapes were located in it. There were countless different pavilions and buildings, all of which had different terrains and were scheming against each other. The largest one was naturally filled with flying pavilions and flowing pills. Under the sunlight, the glazed tiles reflected a golden light, which made it look even more magnificent. To the side of this most magnificent palace was an extremely wide flat land. From time to time, formation light would appear and a layer of golden light would rise into the air. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the barrier was actually a vast ocean. In the vast ocean, specks of golden light were like rain, flying across the ocean. This was actually a completely mimicked formation that could project the ocean view from afar. Alas, another wave has come before the first one has settled. This time, even Li Yunxiao has been attracted here. Nanxiu stood in front of the formation light, looking at the flying battleship, full of worry. The deacon of the Sky Moat Cliff, Yu Qinfei, who had once presided over the martial arts competition in the overseas world, said, "My lord, you don't have to worry. The land of 10,000 spirits doesn't appear all the time. They've most likely made a wasted trip and then returned. After all, the Heavenly Martial Union doesn't have the time to waste in troubled times. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think." Nanxiu shook her head. "We've been searching for and researching the land of 10,000 spirits for so many years, but it's probably the will of the heavens that it's materializing at this time. Furthermore, this matter is extremely likely to be related to that Luanyu. True dragon's ruling feather?" Qin Fei was shocked, but he quickly recovered and said, "This land of 10,000 spirits is a true spirit graveyard to begin with. According to the information we have, this graveyard was created during the battle between Yuri and several powerful true spirits, burying and slumbering countless true spirits within. Luanyu was also seriously injured in that battle, causing her cultivation to fall. Could it be that the reappearance of the land of true spirit is also his doing? Although the land of true spirits is a cemetery, there are still a large number of sleeping true spirits," Nanxiu said. "These people were all Luanyu's subordinates back then. If we can regain control of them, Yuri's forces will be able to contend against the Heavenly Martial Union and Mysterious Separation Island in an instant." Wang Yangyu, the other deacon, was shocked. "This person's heart isn't right, and he's extremely evil. If he regains control of the 10,000 spirits, it will be a disaster for the entire realm of heavenly martial arts. Then should we stop him?" Qin Fei also said. "No." Nanxiu shook her head and said, "Although this matter is related to us, it's too difficult for us to stop it with our strength unless we reveal all our trump cards. But if that was the case, things would be even more troublesome. Therefore, we can only stay out of it and observe the changes." Qin Fei's expression changed slightly as he nodded and said, "Indeed, we're already in a terrible fix. If the Heavenly Martial Union finds out about us, we'll be in trouble. The best result would be for them to meet Luanyu and settle the matter in the land of 10,000 spirits in one fell swoop, then return." "That's too idealistic," Nanxiu said with a bitter smile. "I can only hope." An extremely depressed voice came over, and it said faintly, "Kuan Sovereign, I've known you for so many years, but I've never known what kind of secret you guys are hiding. Please share it with me, just to satisfy my curiosity." Waves rippled through the void, and Zhuo Qingfan's figure appeared indistinctly. However, his 4 limbs were bound by golden chains, and he could not move. The chains were not corporeal and were constantly changing between illusion and reality. They were the illusory light of the chains of laws. As Zhuo Qingfan swayed, it undulated up and down, emitting rays of light. "Brother Qingfan, I was forced to do this. I'll definitely apologize to you properly after this and invite you to taste my precious and peerless tea." Nanxiu stroked her white beard and sighed. "No," Zhuo Qingfan said. "After this, I want to eat the guacue from the southeast island and the green onions from Jutai Mountain. Then add a sauce made from 1,000-year spirit turtle soup and stinky tofu. I heard that the steamed buns on Big Wheel Island are pretty good. It would be even better if you could give me a few trays of pork-stuffed steamed buns." Nanxiu frowned and asked, "Why is it so troublesome?" "Then forget it, I won't even treat you to tea." With that, he flicked his long sleeves. "Zhuo Qingfan." Forget it then," Zhuo Qingfan said in embarrassment. "Just treat me to some unparalleled tea. I still have a question. When can you finish your business?" Nanxiu smiled and said, "Soon. If there are no problems. Brother Qingfan, you can stay here and cultivate in peace. Other than restricting your movements and suppressing the Great Void technique, The faint light of these chains of law will not affect your cultivation. Brother Qingfan only needs to stay in seclusion for a few months and he will be fine after he comes out. Although the natural mode ocean doesn't have the 10 rules, its spiritual qi is no less than that of Yanwu. Zhuo Qingfan glared at him. It'll take a few months even if things go smoothly. If things don't go well, I'll just let it go. I'll just wait for Alliance Master Yun and the others to come and save me. Qin Fei laughed. Lord Sukong, you're thinking too much. This sky palace is located in the natural mode ocean. It's impossible to find it without the coordinates. Don't forget that young Master Yu is also on the warship, Zhuo Qingfan said with a smile. When Yunxiao gets annoyed, he can ask young Master Yu to give him a few decades of his lifespan. What can't he figure out? Hearing this, the faces of those from the natural moat cliff changed drastically. Nanxiu Yu was also slightly surprised. After a moment of silence, she said, "The land of 10,000 spirits materializing at this time isn't something we can control. Although it's a pity, this is also the will of the heavens." Moreover, Qiulong had also entered the land of myriad spirits, which was the purpose of Yunxiao and the others. So he decided to let them meet Luanyu again. Just point the external spatial coordinates to that place. Qin Fei was slightly surprised and said, "Does everyone mean that Duanmu Yu is able to deduce the external coordinates?" Nanxiu Yu laughed with a strange expression. "I don't know if young master you can calculate it, but isn't the person in charge of our Big Wheel Island, Sir Zhuakai, on that warship?" He continued to sneer. Zhuakai has been in charge of Big Wheel Island for more than 30 years and has always been an outer disciple. It's because he found that he wasn't loyal enough. He dared to violate the ban when he came to the Heavenly Palace and secretly made the coordinates. If it wasn't for his ability to deal with things, I would have destroyed his cultivation and chased him out of the natural mode ocean. With that, Nanxiu Yu's expression became calm again. With a wave of her hand, Wang Yangyu and Yu Qinfei bowed and retreated. Zhuo Qingfan was suspended in the air. He still had that frivolous look on his face, but there was a hint of shock and worry in his eyes. Yunxiao and the others spent 2 or 3 days on the sea, but they found nothing except for dead silence. They had also lost contact with Zhuo Qingfan, which made them a little uneasy. Duanmu Cang calculated a few times before he lowered his head in puzzlement. What's going on? Every time, I've predicted that Lord Sukong would be in danger but not in danger, as if he had encountered something and couldn't get away. However, with Lord Sukong's magical powers, there shouldn't be anything that could trap him. At least he could come back and report the situation to everyone. Could I have made a mistake in my calculations? Duanmu Youyu stroked the top of her head to calm her down. He shook his head and said, "I've tried it once, and it's the same result. Even though the Great Void technique is difficult to counter, it's not impossible." Zhuo Qingfan must have encountered an expert. Zhuo Xiandao frowned and looked like he was in deep thought. When he fell into Yunxiao's eyes, he immediately caught his attention. "Zhuakai?" Yunxiao asked. "Have you thought of something?" Jolted from his thoughts by Yunxiao's words, Zhuo Xiandao quickly cupped his fists and said, "Alliance Head, I was just thinking that this ocean region should not be far from the heavenly palace of the natural moat ocean. Could Lord Zhuo Qingfan have gone to the natural moat cliff?" Yunxiao nodded. "I'm thinking the same thing. If there's anyone in this ocean who can stop Zhuo Qingfan, it's most likely Nanxiu Yu. But, can you find the entrance to the natural moat cliff?" "I can't find it. I used the teleportation formation of Big Wheel Island to go to the heavenly palace. However, if the Alliance Master and the others were to teleport over, the natural moat cliff would definitely be prepared and destroy the teleportation formation." Zhuakai deliberately paused, the corner of his mouth raised into a confident smile, and continued, "However, I've been careful in the past. I made a spatial coordinate when I was in the heavenly palace." "You have the coordinates of the natural moat ocean?" Yunxiao was taken aback, but then his eyes lit up as he said with a smile, "Master, you've hidden it so well. If you had the coordinates, you should have taken it out earlier. We're already drinking tea at the natural moat cliff." Zhuakai smiled slightly and said with great respect, "Without Alliance Master's suggestion, Zhuakai didn't dare to make his own decision. However, he was still very proud of himself. The more he showed his usefulness in times of despair, the wider his future prospects would be. Zhukai took out the coordinates, feeling very pleased, as if he could already see the vast prospects of the Heavenly Martial League waiting for him. Bo Mu determined the coordinates, and they were indeed not far from the battleship. Half a day later, the battleship arrived at the coordinates. The scenery was still the same as the Dead Sea. The vast sea was lonely and there were no waves. There was still no change. Zhuakai's face was pale, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Yunxiao did not pay attention to his face, but said, "The natural mode ocean should also be using a secret technique to hide itself. Everyone, please investigate the surroundings and see if there are any abnormalities." Everyone flew out of the starship and began to explore the surroundings. This feeling, Yunxiao's eyes turned golden as he watched strange lights flowing in the space, gathering toward the center and gradually twisting into a vortex. "Lord Bo Mu." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he called Bo Mu over. Bo Mu immediately investigated in the direction Yunxiao had pointed out, then nodded and said, "It is indeed strange." Not only did Bo Mu notice the abnormality, but even Polong and Water Fairy also noticed the change in space. "Looks like the natural moat ocean is here," said Bo Mu with a sigh of relief. "No," Yunxiao said seriously. "This aura is way too ancient. It's like there's an ancient space here. Could it be that the natural moat ocean is an independent space left behind by an ancient powerful warrior? Primordial." Xianxia was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The place where the natural moat ocean is located is called the Heavenly Palace. It's a land of immortals. It has nothing to do with the primordial era." As if he had vaguely thought of something, Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed as he cried out, "Everyone, come back!" The crowd had not flown far, and they all felt strange when they heard Yunxiao's words. But they would not resist Yunxiao's order, so they all flew back in an instant. "What's wrong? Is there a situation? There may be unexpected dangers in the unknown realm," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "We must be careful." "Feiyang, did you find something?" Chu Hongyan asked worriedly. "There is something wrong, but I can't tell what it is," Yunxiao said. "And according to young Master Yu's prediction, I'm afraid there will be big trouble." "Then what should we do?" Chu Hongyan asked, stunned. Although they did not find anything dangerous or wrong, they believed Yunxiao's words without a doubt. "Just stand here and wait," Yunxiao ordered. "I'll put this warship into the Divine Realm tablet first. There are many disciples on it, so they won't be affected by any danger." After the battleship was put away, everyone stood in place, carefully on guard. Bomu and the others were all staring at that space, monitoring the abnormal changes in their surroundings. Not long after, several powerful auras appeared, and the ancient and violent auras instantly washed over the space. "Not good. There's a beast. I don't know where these beasts came from, but they all have the aura of the deity realm." Bomu cried out in alarm. Zhuakai's face was deathly pale, as if he had been scared silly. He muttered, "How could this be? This is the natural moat ocean." Yunxiao's face flickered. "How is that possible?" he asked. "The 10 rules of order only spread out from Yenwu not long ago." True spirit. This term was ancient and mysterious. Before the appearance of godly state experts, the meaning it represented was even more revered by tens of thousands of people. Now, with the spread of the 10 rules, the entire heavenly martial arts realm returned to the situation where there were as many immortal state warriors as dogs 100,000 years ago. Although there was still a trace of curiosity about the true spirit, there was not much fear and respect left. Especially Luanyu, the leader of the 10,000 spirits, who had completely ruined the image of the true spirits. At this moment, everyone was only treating them as experts of the same level, quietly waiting for the arrival of those true spirits. "What is this place?" Faney's expression changed as he stared at Zhuakai. The rest of the people also didn't have any good expressions, all of them looking at him coldly. Now, everyone thought that they had fallen into this person's trap. "It's really none of my business." Under the cold gazes of so many powerhouses, Zhukai jumped up in fright. His dreams of a bright future had all turned into bubbles, and it was hard to say if he could even keep his life now. Alliance Master, you must believe me. I really don't know anything. My coordinates were indeed from the natural moat cliff. Woer. Zhuakai's face was full of tears. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Yunxiao could tell that he was not lying, and perhaps there was a problem with the coordinates. He shook his head and said, I'm not suspecting you, so you don't have to explain. These real spirits might not be the only ones we've sensed. Except for Feini, Hongyan, and Lord Baiming Nan, everyone else. Come into my Divine Realm tablet. The Divine Realm tablet flew out slowly. Under the sweeping power of the world, it took in all the people except the 4 of them. As soon as Yunxiao took back the Divine Realm tablet, a powerful aura came at him. The 4 of them were shocked. They looked over and saw a huge sea snake appear out of thin air not far away. The snake was 1,000 feet long, its black scales reflecting a cold light, and its head was like a palace. It was staring at them with a cold and sharp gaze. Before the 4 of them could react, more true spirits appeared around the sea snake. The environment of the Death Sea also started to change. The originally calm surface of the sea suddenly turned into a forest and turned into a boundless green. An illusion? Feini was shocked. Yunxiao stared at the forest for a while, and his face turned unsightly. We're in big trouble now. I know where we are. This isn't an illusion. It's not an illusion? The other 3 were shocked and couldn't understand. Baiming Nan also said in a deep voice, It's clearly an ocean, but it turned into a forest. How can it not be an illusion? When we were searching for the secret treasure of the true dragon, Lord Mudi, and I saw a projection of a real space, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. In that projection there were a large number of true spirits. Lord Mudi said that it was the land of 10,000 spirits that had been lost for a long time. It was the place where a large number of true spirits were buried. However, they had not found it after many years of searching. Land of 10,000 spirits? Baiming Nan was shocked. LV heard of it too. Could this space be the land of 10,000 spirits? Yunxiao nodded. It should be good. This feeling is almost the same as the one in the projection space. And look at these beasts. Their auras are powerful, ancient, and they don't lack intelligence. Although they don't have the level of intelligence of humans, they're on a completely different level compared to those real beasts. The few of them looked around and saw that the true spirits were surrounding them, but they didn't attack. Their eyes were shining with a bright light, which was a sign of intelligence. Baiming Nan revealed a puzzled expression and said, I've heard that these ancient mutants were all buried in a disaster, but I didn't think that there would still be some living beings, and there are many of them. Could these things have such long lifespans? I'm afraid that this land of 10,000 spirits has something special about it, just like the realm of eternal life, Yunxiao said. Or perhaps the passage of time is very slow. Hasn't Luanyu also lived since the ancient times? Chu Hongyan said, Feiyang is right, but what should we do now? Since these things aren't hostile, we shouldn't provoke them. It's best if we can leave safely. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said with a wry smile, What I'm depressed about now is how to leave. If I'm not wrong, the entire realm should have descended, and we're now inside the land of 10,000 spirits. I don't know how long this space will stay here and how long it will take for it to disappear. You mean the 2 spaces have overlapped? Chu Hongyan asked in surprise. It's only a guess. The other possibility is that the land of 10,000 spirits has devoured the Death Sea. Yunxiao frowned and said thoughtfully, But no matter which one it is, it will lead to an unstable spatial connection between the land of 10,000 spirits and the realm of heavenly martial arts. However, even with the space oscillation, we can deal with it with our current strength. I'm just wondering if Cho and the crocodile have also entered this place. The purpose of this trip is to find the 2 of them. If they leave, it will be troublesome once this dimension disappears. Baiming Nan nodded. Indeed. It's easy to get out of here, Yunxiao said with a helpless smile. But it's difficult to get in from the outside. unless the land of 10,000 spirits had truly devoured the Death Sea and left it in the realm of heavenly martial arts forever. However, I can't determine that, so let's explore this land of 10,000 spirits first. Perhaps we'll find something unexpected. These true spirits aren't too strong, Bai Mingnen said as he looked around. The strongest among them is only at the peak of the returning to true realm. There's still a long way to go before they reach the sovereign patriarch realm. I wonder if there will be divine sovereign realm, ultimate realm, or even higher existences if we go deeper. What? Yun Xiao was taken aback. I didn't think about that, but as long as no creation realm experts appear, there won't be any danger. There are too many true spirits in this land of 10,000 spirits, and their auras are chaotic, interfering with my judgment. However, I have a feeling that the crocodile and Cho are here. Fanny, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. Husband, have you ever thought about taking all these true spirits for your own use? What? The other three people were all shocked. This idea was too whimsical. But Yun Xiao knew that Fanny would not say something like that if she was not confident. His heart skipped a beat as he asked carefully, You have a way? Not necessarily. Fanny's little face was radiant and her white and neat teeth made people feel a little nervous. I just suddenly have a bad feeling, she said with a smile. I feel that these low-level true spirits should be crawling under my feet, not daring to raise their heads and listening to my orders. He wouldn't be staring at us with his eyes wide open like this. I have the urge to dig out their eyes and blow up their heads. Fanny's cold air and killing intent were released without restraint, directed at the true spirits. Before Yun Xiao could say, Be careful, the true spirits with intimidating auras shuddered and retreated quickly, only stopping when they were hundreds of feet away. His lively eyes were filled with fear and doubt. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up as he said, It must be the will of the heavenly phoenix's bloodline. In this ancient environment, it caused the bloodline in your body to flow with a savage power, which is why you have the urge to conquer these true spirits. Do you really have a way to make them submit? Fanny's eyes lit up and she exchanged a look with him. She then smiled. I'll try. After she finished speaking, she formed a seal with her jade-like fingers. The power of the heavenly phoenix slowly spread out with her as the center. The shadow of the heavenly phoenix appeared on her back. As she spread her wings, an even more ancient aura suddenly erupted. Swish! At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the ancient sound of the heavenly phoenix in the air. Faye and I controlled the heavenly phoenix's illusory figure to release its aura and mercilessly crushed the true spirits. The true spirits immediately curled up in fear and prostrated themselves, trembling. Yun Xiao and the other two were overjoyed when they saw this. Chu Hongyan's eyes lit up and she said happily, Sister Fanny, you're so powerful. You've really subdued these true spirits. Phoenix's power, then this power is enough to make the heavenly martial union's power reach its peak. Suddenly realizing that he still had such strength, Fanny was filled with joy and replied, I will try my best. In the will of the bloodline inheritance, it made me feel that it was natural for these things to submit to me. Yun Xiao's mood brightened as he said, If I can subdue dozens or hundreds of such true spirits, then I don't need the prison avatar. I wonder where the crocodile is now. It'll be a bit of a heartache to lose it. The crocodile's cultivation base would drop if it was broken up by someone, so it would be very difficult to kill him completely. Therefore, Yun Xiao was not worried about the crocodile's life being in danger. Faye and I quickly calmed down and said, My suppression of these things is only temporary. I'm afraid it'll take some time to make them surrender completely. Let them stay in the Divine Realm Tablet for now. All right. Yun Xiao nodded. The Divine Realm Tablet is not the same as before, so it's not a problem to trap these weak true spirits. It'll be a bit troublesome if they're at the Divine Sovereign Justice and Void Pinnacle levels, and there's a large number of them. He took out the Divine Realm Tablet and Faye and I immediately let the real spirits enter the tablet. Yun Xiao licked his lips, and his eyes glowed with a faint green light as he said, If this place was once a graveyard for true spirits, then there should be many living true spirits here, and even more dead ones, right? That should be the case. Have you thought of something else? Beimang Nan nodded. Yunxiao chuckled and said, most true spirits have strong physical bodies, and their physical bodies can remain immortal even after thousands of years. I remember that Jingqi can refine corpses, and even Qiumujia has a divine ability of corpse puppets that can make corpses fight while retaining some of their martial techniques when they were alive. Beiming Nan frowned. This method sounds good, but isn't it too evil to use the corpses of powerful cultivators in battle? It's disdainful. Even if it's for the great cause of the Mo war, you shouldn't have done such a heinous thing. At least, I can't accept it emotionally. That was then and this is now. These true spirits are not of the same kind, Yunxiao said. You can treat them as fierce beasts, and they are fierce beasts that have fallen in ancient times. Why do you have so many emotions, Lord Beiming Nan? Furthermore, every time we summon a true spirit corpse puppet, we will lose fewer comrades. This is a good thing. Instead of letting them fall into a long sleep, why can't they use some of their remaining heat to protect the world that once gave birth to them? Beiming Nan was taken aback. He felt that Yunxiao's words made sense, and he did not know what to say, so he fell silent. Chu Hongyan nodded and said, I think Feiyang's idea is good. Too many self-righteous words will only bind your hands and feet, and it's not suitable for this cruel battle. Seeing that no one had any more objections, Yunxiao said, let's keep searching. We'll catch as many true souls as we can, and as many corpses as we can find. The four of them immediately slowed down and began to search carefully in the land of 10,000 spirits. After a short while, everyone had some gains. Yunxiao stared at the giant horn exposed on the green ground as his power slowly seeped into the soil to sense its body buried underground. It was a bone armor of a fierce beast that was 500 feet long. There were traces of fractures on its ribs and tailbone. The head of the bone armor was still raised high, and it opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, as if it was still roaring. Yunxiao felt as if he could hear the furious roars of beasts in the depths of his soul, and he immediately sighed with emotion. When this fellow was alive, he must have conquered countless lands and was an overlord. As he carefully wrapped the beast bone with his power, Yunxiao said in a low voice, Rise! Boom! The force carried the beast bone through the soil, and the moment they saw the light of day again, everyone had a feeling that their eyes had lit up. It's really good stuff. Yunxiao went up and patted the bone armor, only to find that the power contained in it was also amazing. Beiming Nan was also slightly surprised. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he had basically agreed with this approach. Feeling the power of the skeleton so intuitively, Yunxiao was even more determined to search for the body. He just looked around and could not help frowning slightly. The surroundings were surrounded by towering trees, and the ground was full of weeds and shrubs, which in itself was filled with extremely strong power. Although the corpses of the true spirits also contained great power, they were all buried by the power of the land of 10,000 spirits. Husband, what's wrong? Fanny asked with concern when she saw that Yunxiao seemed to be struggling with something. Yunxiao said with a strange expression, I'm afraid it'll be too time-consuming to search at this speed. Jingqi has studied corpse puppets very well. He should have a more convenient method, which is to use the Taowu. He thought of Xiao Hong. Because of her, he had inexplicably become Jingqi's enemy. But they had not been friends before. After thinking for a moment, he summoned Jingqi and Xiao Hong from the Divine Realm tablet. Seeing the two's puzzled looks, Yunxiao told them what he was worried about and asked Jingqi how to find the true spirit's body. Sure enough, Jingqi snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring her. But his eyes immediately lit up. He had been so focused on Yunxiao just now that he did not see the corpse lying next to him. Even as a man who had raised corpse puppets all his life, he had never seen such a corpse before. This is the corpse of the Tao Wu true spirit. Yes, Yunxiao nodded. He looked at Jingqi's shocked, ecstatic, and even greedy expression with amusement and smiled in his heart. Jingqi didn't even look at him. He reached out his hand and began to knock on the skeleton. Yunxiao went straight to the point and said, This land can be said to be filled with corpses. As long as you can help me find it, this true spirit's corpse is yours. Jing Qi's hand that was knocking on the skeleton paused. He didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he had agreed. Everyone was overjoyed. Jing Qi was also quite excited. Although he was only given one corpse, he knew that if he didn't agree, he wouldn't get this one either. Besides, if he could find a large number of true spirit corpses, Yunxiao and the others would not deal with them. At most, they would use them as medicine, which would be too much of a pity. In the end, they would still come to him to negotiate terms. Hence, he readily agreed. While Yunxiao and the others were excitedly catching true spirits and collecting corpses, in another open space in the land of 10,000 spirits, more than 100 silhouettes were gathered here. They were all birds and beasts of all shapes and sizes. All of them had ferocious expressions as they faced the center, and each of them was bursting with an extremely tyrannical aura. Under the clashing of all kinds of auras, the atmosphere was frozen, like the dead silence before an explosive suffocating. It seemed that as long as there was a spark, the situation would immediately explode, turning from a stalemate to a state of mutual hostility. These were the most powerful true spirits in the land of 10,000 spirits, and more than 10 of them stood in the center of the conflict between various auras, in a stalemate. Different from the others who had either cold or angry expressions, a handsome man in white had a pair of bright eyes. He was calm and seemed to be at ease. Behind him stood a burly man in human form. He had 2 horns on his head and his beard was unkempt. His face looked like the head of the East Sea Dragon. He was the head of the 9 sons who had transformed into human form Shilong. There were also some powerful existences that followed closely behind. Most of them were half human and half spirit, and some were as burly as mountains with ferocious faces. Some were as thin as a stick with strange bodies. There were also some huge bodies that seemed to be related to every species. They were completely different. Luan Yu stood in front of the 2 armies. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes coldly looking at the true spirits in front of him. There were 7 or 8 times more true spirits gathered together, but all of them had serious expressions. They seemed more nervous and afraid. If the former was a wolf that roared angrily when it saw its prey, the latter was a cat that was frightened when it saw something it feared. Only the 3 human-shaped figures in front remained calm and composed. They coldly looked forward with a mocking expression, as if Luan Yu was a joke. One of them had a square face, thick and solid limbs, and his back was raised high as if he was carrying a miniature mountain on his back. From his hair to his skin, everything was red. He clenched his fist tightly at the side of his body, and the air around him crackled slightly, turning into a small whirlwind that dispersed around his fist. He was the son of the true dragon. Qi, the man in the middle, was tall and slender. His skin was dark brown, but his hair was silver and tied behind his head. His slender fox-like eyes were full of malice, and a white bone knife slanted out of his elbow and knee as if it wanted to tear apart the heavy atmosphere. It was the son of the true dragon, Jing. The other person looked like a weak teenager. He had a delicate appearance and a smooth face, like a miniature version of Yuri. The son of the true dragon, Mang, had a pair of pure blue gem-like eyes that had no pupils. He looked extremely strange as he silently looked at his father. "How many years has it been since I last saw you? 1,000,000 years? 2,000,000 years? It's been too long. I've really forgotten. It's quite nostalgic. I almost couldn't recognize you 3 when I saw you today." Luan Yu squinted his eyes and smiled, his face filled with fatherly love. "You're so fucking good at pretending. Even 1,000,000 years can't change your hypocritical nature. Tell me, what's your purpose in coming here?" Qi Long mocked. "You've always been a greedy person. The dragon field has finally returned to the realm of heavenly martial arts, and you've come here as soon as you can. Don't tell me you miss us." "Hee hee." Luan Yu laughed several times and said in an extremely sincere tone, "My cheer, of course I miss you guys. Otherwise, why would I come looking for you in this broken dragon realm?" Jing Long's eyes were koisai as any said, "Since you've only nussical us, now tnat you've seen us, you can get lost." "Jing how can you be so heartless? Back then, I thought you were dead and I was sad for a long time." Luan Yu's face was first filled with fear, but it turned into a happy expression after surviving a disaster. He sighed. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. That's because you saw that I'm dead. Jinglong's eyelids twitched and he laughed. You've lost a useful subordinate. Luanyu shook his head and sighed. I don't understand why the three of you would misunderstand me like this. For the past 1,000,000 years, I've been thinking about returning the dragon field so that I can get news of you again. Are you done yet? The blazing dragon shouted impatiently. Do you really think we're fools? If we continue to talk like this, we won't even have the friendship to talk. Mang, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He frowned in disgust and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Leave after you're done. Don't put on an act. It's a little nauseating. What kind of attitude is this? Behind Luanyu, other than Shilong, there was another man. He had a handsome figure, a square forehead, big eyes, and short green hair that was messy on the top of his head. It was also the dragon's 6 sons abyss that had been trapped in the land of true spirit for 1,000,000 years. Yuanlong's eyes widened and he scolded. For the past 1,000,000 years, we brothers have lived in peace. However, if you treat my father like this, then today will be the day we fall out. Qilong was simply angered to death by this idiot. He cursed, 6th brother, you stupid thing. Could he still not see his true face? 2nd brother, 7th brother, and 9th brother were all killed by him. Even if it's US, it's all because of this guy that we've been sleeping in this damn place for 1,000,000 years. Don't be muddle-headed and stubborn. You're the ones who are confused. Yuanlong said angrily. How did this dragon field get destroyed? Was it his father's fault? It's all because of those traitors in the sinkhole who colluded with outsiders to cause the destruction of our dragon race's territory. We should return to our father, rebuild the dragon field, and rule the world. Humph, humph, humph. Dominate the world? What a beautiful dream. Jinglong laughed mockingly. Your father must have forcefully resisted the 5 decays of heaven and man and defied the heavenly Tao to be able to live until now. He should thank the heavens for being able to maintain his current realm. He still wants to dominate the world. Although I don't understand the current heavenly martial arts realm, if this continues, no matter how much Yuri resists the heavenly path, a new generation of true dragons should be born. Right? Luanyu's expression changed drastically, turning ashen in an instant. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. This was his greatest taboo, and the source of his uneasiness. Once a new true dragon was born, his power would be drained at an even faster rate, until he died of exhaustion. Jinglong had hit his sore spot. Boundless hatred and killing intent shot out of his eyes. Even his son could not cross his bottom line. Yuanlong was also furious and shouted, Shut up! It's precisely because of this that we need to help Royal Father overcome this crisis. We must destroy the new generation of true dragons before they are born, and the countless dragon crystals left behind will definitely allow our strength to advance to a higher level. At the very least, we will be able to recover to the peak of our strength from back then. Pa 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 pa. Ha ha. Qilong clapped and laughed. El used to think you were stupid, but now I realize you're not stupid, you're disabled. No matter how many dragon crystals you eat, it won't be able to fix your brain. 6th brother, you're hopeless for the rest of your life. Rest in peace, brother won't see you out. Damn it! Yuan's face twisted. Father, he said angrily. These 3 are so stubborn, they've forgotten their ancestors and betrayed their sect. In my opinion, we must teach them a lesson. Luanyu's face turned gloomy. He had come to the land of 10,000 spirits to subdue all these people, so that he would have enough power to fight against the Heavenly Martial Alliance and kill the new generation of true dragons before they were born. However, what he did not expect was that there were more real spirits left than he had expected. Furthermore, there were 4 dragon sons who were still alive, but 3 of them had completely stood on the side of his enemy. If it was in the past, he would have killed someone long ago. Moreover, back then, his dragon's might was mighty, and the world was loyal to him, and no one dared to go against him. Now that he had fallen to the void realm, he could no longer control his temper. Qi, Jing, and Mang had all been at the creation stage in the past. After 1,000,000 years of sleep, although their power had been lost, most of it had still been preserved. As long as their cultivation levels did not fall, they had the power of the initial creation stage. On his side, only Shi and Yuan were at the initial stage of creation. Even if he was at the peak of the Void Realm, he would not be able to cross a realm to fight the enemy. As for the other true spirits, although they all looked fierce and murderous, they were just adding flowers to the brocade, adding to the power. Even if it was just adding flowers to the brocade, his side was not as strong as the 3 unfilial children. Back then, he was the leader of all living beings, and no one in the world dared to disobey him. However, after 1,000,000 years of silence, those true beings had already forgotten their own power. Moreover, in this extremely realistic and cruel era, it was indeed very difficult for him to make others submit with only the power of void extremity left. Thinking of this, Luanyu had no choice but to suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart. He sighed and said, "Forget it. Since you're so prejudiced against me, I can't be heartless to you. After all, I'm your father from the beginning." Yuan was extremely touched by his words and cried, "Father!" These unfilial children had gone too far. "I am willing to follow my father around and conquer the world. I will never be a heartless, disloyal, and unfilial person." Luanyu's expression also changed, and he couldn't help but shed tears. "Good. From now on I, Luanyu, will only have you and Shi as my 2 sons. I will not acknowledge anyone else." Qi looked at this scene of a loving father and a filial son and felt extremely nauseated. He scolded, "You're still acting, are you done? Get out of here. This dragon field doesn't have a place for you." "Qi." Yuan was furious. "Qi, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my father." He grabbed with his right hand and a silver light condensed into a spear. He pointed it at his opponent's face with a murderous look. "Oh, we've been brothers for 100,000 years, and now we've turned against each other. TSK. Not bad." Blazing was so angry that he laughed. The corners of his mouth filled with ridicule. As he clenched his fists, a fiery light burst forth. The surrounding space rippled slightly, and thousands of dragon qi gathered, forming a pattern of flames that slowly burned. "Since you want to fall out, then do it thoroughly." Jing took half a step forward, and all the water in the world gathered and formed a ring in front of him, which was held in his palm. Within the ring, water surged and runes flickered. As the 2 of them attacked, the surrounding air and heaven and earth trembled slightly. A large area of the forest below was destroyed by itself, revealing a vacuum of 10,000 feet. Luanyu's expression suddenly changed, and he cursed Yuan in his heart for being stupid. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and didn't have any self-awareness. If he had a chance to win, he would have made his move long ago, and it wouldn't be his turn to show off his power. His gaze fell on Mang, and he said, "Mang, do you still remember when you went to provoke Xinlinging and got your internal organs crushed by him? It was I who killed Ing in anger and sorrow. Do you still want to attack father?" Mang sighed and said, "I was quite touched when I thought about it back then. It was only later that I found out that you were actually planning to use the dragon essence in the 9 of us as a medicinal catalyst to help you break through and increase your lifespan by 1 more cycle in order to escape the 5 curses of celestial beings. Don't you find it disgusting to mention this again?" "Nonsense. The matter of extracting the dragon essence as a drug primer was all your whimsical fantasies, and you fell into that bastard scheme." Yuan rebuked angrily and roared in grief, "Don't be so stubborn. Quickly kneel down and apologize to father." He held his spear horizontally, and a circle of dragon qi spread out. Mang looked straight at Luanyu and curled his lips into a smile. "Nonsense? How did the 2nd, 7th, and 9th brothers die? If it wasn't for 3rd brother's quick-witted nature to expose your scheme in time, we wouldn't be standing here talking to you now." Luanyu said coldly, "One can't believe you believed such a nonsensical matter. I met 3rd brother not long ago and we had a good chat." "What?" The people around were shocked. Yuan was overjoyed. Haha, see? Didn't I tell you? You've all been bewitched. Quickly apologize to father and admit your mistakes. The three of them ignored him and treated him like a fool. I don't believe that third brother is still alive. Since you said you've seen him, where is he now? Qi said coldly. Jing and Mang's ears also twitched slightly as they listened attentively, appearing to be very concerned. Luan Yu's face revealed a sorrowful expression as she mournfully said, I was having a good conversation with Qiu'er, but halfway through, a human named Li Yunxiao came to us with a large number of experts. In the end, we were no match for him, and Qiu's soul was scattered, leaving only his physical body missing. I was heavily injured, and if Xiu'er hadn't appeared in time, we would have probably died. What? What's the strength of that human? Yuan was shocked. He was actually able to injure royal father and third brother. Qi and the other two also revealed shocked expressions, but they were even more suspicious as their eyes fell on Xiu'er. However, Xiu'er did not say a word, and his face was a little dull, as if he would not say a word. Jing was unmoved. I don't read much, he said with a cold smile. Don't lie to, why would I lie to you? If you can leave this place one day and see Li Yunxiao, you can ask him in person, Luan Yu said in grief and anger. Then you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Damn it. Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, that damn Li Yunxiao. Father, let's go and take revenge for third brother. Well, this matter is not urgent, and it can't be rushed. Luan Yu's heart jumped in fright. He secretly cursed this brainless fool who only there's no lack of manifestation stage elites among our subordinates. If we go there rashly, we'll only be courting death. Then what should we do? Yuan asked. Luan Yu sighed. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years later. In any case, there's still a long way to go. The most important thing is to improve my strength first. When I first saw you, I was overjoyed. I thought that with my sons gathered together, even if they were not strong enough, at least the father and son could work together and benefit me. I thought that I could take revenge for your third brother, but who knew that I would be so sad? He said it so sadly, as if he was really a father who had lost his beloved son and was struggling in despair. Yuan glared at Qi and the other two, gritting his teeth. No matter how big of a misunderstanding you have towards father, now that third brother's soul has been scattered by someone and his whereabouts are unknown, do you all want to just stand by and watch? If that's the case, we'll definitely avenge third brother. But before that, we have to investigate the matter, Mang said after a deep thought. You didn't believe me from the beginning, Yuan sneered. All right, we'll see what excuses you can come up with when you've investigated it. Sixth brother, Jing said coldly. If what Jiu said is true, we will avenge third brother even without you telling us. As for you, since you've followed Luan Yu, you have to be more careful in the future. Don't become his medicinal primer one day. You're full of nonsense. Fuck, Yuan cursed. His face was red with anger, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Luan Yu was overjoyed. If his three sons went to find trouble with Yunxiao, with these true spirits, it would be enough for Yunxiao to suffer. He immediately put on a helpless look and said, that Li Yunxiao is the leader of the Heavenly Martial Union, and he lives in the southern region. When you get out, you can ask any human. That's all I have to say. Since the father-son relationship can't be continued, I have no intention of staying any longer and can only leave first. But there's still time in the future. If you change your mind one day and the misunderstanding is resolved, I'll still treat you as my good sons. He spoke with extreme sincerity, as if he was reminiscing about those distant memories, as if the time of a loving father and filial son was still yesterday. However, Qi and the other two had obviously given up all hope on him. Qi waved his hand impatiently and said, we will verify this matter. If you're done, then get lost. If I continue to listen to you, I'm really going to vomit. Luan Yu was furious. He was so angry that he clenched his fists tightly, causing the air to crackle. But he wasn't an impulsive person. Since he couldn't win, he wouldn't make a move. Humph! He snorted angrily and turned around to leave. After flying for several hundred li, They could no longer sense Qi and the others' auras. Only then did the group stop in the sky. Yuan finally could not help but ask, "Father, why didn't you let me do it?" Although the three of them are strong, we're not weak either. It's hard to tell who will win or lose in a battle. Luanyu had told him not to be impulsive earlier, but he had been holding it in all this time. Luanyu said, "It's precisely because the outcome is hard to predict that father didn't make a move. Besides, no matter what, they are my sons. I don't want to kill them. Sixth brother, you have to use your brain more when you do things in the future. Don't be too impulsive." "Yes, father. Although they're unkind, we can't be unkind," Yuan replied. Luanyu nodded and said, "Yes, that's the logic. Sixth brother, is this the only power you can control?" He pointed at the dozen or so true spirits behind him. Most of them were at the true immortal realm, and there were only 3 at the divine sovereign realm. There was not a single Suji. Luanyu was clearly dissatisfied. Yuanlong said, "Father, these are all awakened. I summoned them at the last minute. Many of them should still be sleeping. With the pressure of the dragon race, if we use it, all spirits will submit to us." Luanyu's eyes brightened. "Do you think there are still any truly agile ones in this broken dragon field?" he asked. "And they can be of use to us?" Yuanlong said, "When the dragon field was attacked, the true spirit race gathered here. There were tens of thousands of them. More than half of them had died in the battle, and the dragon field had been destroyed. The number of true spirits that survived the battle back then should be less than 10,000. However, the vast majority of them had died in the million years of silence. Because most of the remaining true souls are injured, I'm afraid that there are less than 3,000 of them left alive. I think there are more than 2,000. More than 2,000? Luanyu couldn't help but be secretly happy. This number was naturally insignificant in the era when the true spirits dominated the world. However, in the present there were more than 2,000 God Realm experts. Even destroying the heavenly martial union and mysterious separation island would not be a problem. Then, sixth brother, quickly subdue these true spirits. The faster, the better. The more, the better. Luanyu's expression was somewhat excited as she impatiently said, "I dare not disobey Lord Father's orders." "All right." Yuan nodded. Although the dragon field was vast, he had been bored of it for 1,000,000 years. "Sometimes, when I'm bored, I'll kill a few true spirits to relieve my boredom. If I had known that father needed them, I would have spared their dog lives." Luanyu was speechless when he heard this. He thought to himself that he was in a sorry state outside, while you guys were killing true spirits to relieve your boredom. Yuan saw that Yuri's expression wasn't too good, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, father. I'll go and gather the true souls right away." Luanyu then nodded in relief. "I'll leave the subduing of the true spirit to you. But be careful, don't get into a conflict with those 3 unfilial children. After all, we're not their match yet." "All right, since father has put it this way, I'll bear with it for now." Yuan's heart was burning with anger. He snorted coldly. "When I'm stronger in the future, I'll go find the 3 of them and settle the score." Luanyu sighed in his heart that this guy finally grew some brains. At the very least, he would follow his orders obediently. He nodded and smiled. "That's right. Among my 9 sons, you are the most filial." Yuan immediately leaped up and led the way for Yuri. They began searching for the true spirit's shadow in the land of 10,000 spirits. But after a few steps, the 2 of them were stunned. They saw 3 or 4 true spirits gathering in front of them. Yuan's brain went blank. He scratched his head and said, "Could it be that the myriad spirits know that father is here, so they all woke up and came to pay their respects?" Luanyu was also stunned and said, "How could such a thing happen? Be careful. There must be something strange about this abnormal situation." Very quickly, those 3 or 4 true spirits appeared in front of them. What shocked Luanyu even more was that there were a few figures standing on top of those 3 or 4 true spirits. The moment their eyes met, both sides were stunned. Luanyu's expression changed greatly, and he roared in rage, "Li Yunxiao!" On the opposite side were Yunxiao and the others, who were collecting true souls and corpses. After a moment of surprise, they immediately regained their composure. Sitting on the true spirit, Xianxia looked down at him and said with a smile, "I was wondering why it was so lively here. So it was you who gathered to fight. I thought there were more than 10 true spirits eating together." Luanyu quickly calmed down, his expression gloomy and uncertain. He snorted coldly and said, "Enemies really meet on a narrow road. Li Yunxiao." Yuan came back to his senses, and his face changed as he stared at Yunxiao and said in surprise, "Father, is this Li Yunxiao, the human expert you said killed my third brother's soul?" Yuan's intense reaction caused Luanyu's expression to change several times, and she quickly calculated in her mind. His cultivation realm had declined, and his side was likely to lose to Yunxiao. But if the two sides fought fiercely and lured Jiangqi and the others here, Yunxiao would definitely be kept here and forced to tell him the location of the land of True Dragon. After all, those who are not of the same race have different intentions. This was a nature that was engraved in the bones of almost every race. Even if there was an irreparable crack in his relationship with Qi and the others, with their temperaments, they would not ignore the brotherhood that had been built up over the years. Without waiting for Yuri to finish calculating the gains and losses, Yuan seemed to know the answer. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damned lowly clansmen! I'll kill all of you to avenge my third brother." As he said that, he stretched out his arm to the side of his body. The silver light condensed into a long spear by his side. As Yuan's 5 fingers grabbed the spear handle, the overbearing force immediately shook the long spear, emitting a clanging sound wave. The sound wave distorted the space, and Yuan's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yunxiao. Yuan moved forward and thrust his spear at Yunxiao's face. Dang! Yunxiao clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and an air wave opened in his palm. A faint light floated on his arm like an armor, connecting with the spearhead. The 5 fingers caught the tip of the spear, making a sharp metal friction sound. The illusionary light was constantly blown away by the spear power, and the remaining energy scattered in all directions. The tip of the spear thrust forward like a hot knife through butter, only stopping a few inches away from the tip of Yunxiao's nose. Yunxiao's right hand, which was holding the spear, went numb, and he looked at Yuan with a little surprise. The creation realm. Yuan's expression changed when his attack was blocked. He shouted, "A mere bastard wants to spy on this king's realm." Then he turned his right hand, and the spear in his hand began to spin rapidly. He gathered energy on this point. The faint light in Yunxiao's right hand finally could not be suppressed any longer, and it scattered with a bang, turning into countless specks of light. The battle spear followed the momentum and directly pierced into his body, making a chi sound. Luanyu, who was watching the battle from the side, had a gloomy expression on his face. If Yunxiao could really be injured so easily, he would not be Yunxiao. Sure enough, the next second, Yuan's expression changed and he suddenly retracted his gun. He held his spear and looked around warily. Yunxiao, who had been pierced by the spear, was in a daze for a moment. Then the hole quickly closed up, and his whole body turned from solid to illusory, and then from illusory to solid. From receiving the attack to intimidating the enemy, he just stood there, not moving at all. Even though she knew that Yunxiao would be fine, Fanny could not help but fly into a rage when she saw her husband being stabbed. What a rude insect! Husband, let me kill this crawlers and refine him into a corpse puppet. Kill Luanyu and Shilong while you're there. Fanny's eyes shot out a cold light and the phoenix light on her body flickered. Her aura suddenly spread out and the surrounding true spirits were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Heavenly Phoenix? Yuan was also shocked. His figure flickered and he retreated in front of Luanyu, confronting her. Yunxiao raised a hand to stop Fanny, then looked at Luanyu with a sneer and sized up Yuanlong and Shilong. With the strength of Luanyu and the others, if they really fought, although they were not afraid, they would not gain any advantage and might even be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Luanyu's eyes fell on Yunxiao, Fanny, and the others, and he was slightly surprised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Li Yunxiao, your strength has improved a lot again." he said. Thanks to Lord True Dragon. Xiao cupped his hands and smiled. I've indeed made a lot of progress. I've left you far behind, Lord True Dragon. Yu was almost angered to death. He wailed, no matter how fast I improve, I'll still die here today. You destroyed my third son's soul and made his body go missing. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Yuan, he said to Yuan coldly. This Li Yunxiao has the Divine Realm Tablet, and he has extraordinary strength. Go and call those 3 unfilial sons here now. Tell them that the murderer who scattered Xiao Er's soul has appeared. I'll think of a way to delay them. Yuan Jing said. Then father, what are you doing? Luan Yu waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Go and return quickly. Although my cultivation has fallen, I can still hold him back for a while. Yuan struggled for a moment before nodding. Good. Father, you must hold on. I'll be back soon. With that, he turned around and left, disappearing from where he was. They had just broken up with Blaze and the other 2 not long ago, so it should be a matter of time before they caught up. Xiao touched his chin and asked suspiciously, Luan Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? What scheme are you plotting? Luan Yu sneered. Nonsense? A conspiracy? Li Yunxiao, you harmed my Xiao, destroyed his soul, and made his body go missing. I'm going to make you pay for this today. Yunxiao frowned. Although I was the one who broke up the prisoner's soul, I wouldn't have succeeded without you, my accomplice. In addition, you want to kill a prisoner even more than I do. Luan Yu angrily rebuked. Nonsense. Qiu is this lord's beloved son. Even if there is some estrangement between us, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs, let alone this lord. No matter how glib your tongue is today, you can't shirk your responsibility. Yunxiao smiled and said, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, but you're the one who poured a basin of dirty water on me. You're the one who wants to shirk responsibility, aren't you? Xiao Hong cast a sidelong glance at Luan Yu and coldly said, Why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. Bai Mingnan frowned and said, He poured all the dirty water on our heads so that he could explain to his companions. The son who ran away just now most likely went to get help. And the excuse to deal with them was to destroy the prisoner's soul. The reinforcements were most likely the prisoner's companions. Yunxiao stared in the direction Yuan had left and nodded. This guy can do all kinds of shameless things. Let's kill him before reinforcements arrive, and then leave immediately. After he finished speaking, a stream of sword chi shot out from his fingers. It shot out. The rest of the people were also decisive in killing. As soon as Yunxiao finished speaking, they attacked almost instantly. The only person that everyone was afraid of was Shilong, who was at the manifestation stage. Fei and I appeared in front of Shilong first. His red lips curled up coldly, and his 5 fingers struck down like claws. Before attacking, Yunxiao had told her to stall Shilong. She did not ask for victory, but only to stall him for some time so that they could concentrate their strength on killing Luan Yu. Shilong raised his hand in front of his body to protect himself. The phoenix light fell down, and with a bang, a red light scattered. The huge impact dispersed along with the red light. Before the true spirit beside Shilong could react, it was crushed into pieces by the impact. Seeing that his side was at a disadvantage, Luan Yu's eyes were about to pop out as he angrily rebuked, Damn it! What are you looking at? Yunxiao's cold voice exploded in Luan Yu's ears, causing her heart to skip a beat. Then, she saw a golden light suddenly rise before her eyes and press down on her face. Yunxiao's 3 seals merged into one, and a dragon descended from the sky. Not only that, but Beifeng Nan, Chu Hongyan, and the others also stood firm and attacked from different sides. True Dragon Dharmakaya. Control. In his panic, Luan Yu couldn't dodge in time. He crossed his hands in front of his body and several dragon talismans rose up one after another. His body turned into a dragon and was covered in green scales. At the same time, he formed hand seals with one hand and chanted in the obscure dragon language. The dragon realm instantly opened up. Boom! Boom! Several powerful attacks landed on Long Yu's body, shaking him and making him dizzy. The qi and blood in his body were in a mess. Xiao changed his hand seal, and his arm turned into a purple thunderbolt that cut into the dragon domain like a sharp blade. The thunderbolt and the domain eroded each other, making sizzling sounds. Yu was horrified. Under the siege of the crowd, his dragon realm and Dharma body were not broken, but only Xiao's purple thunder and Xiao Hong's heart flame had cut indirectly, trying to hurt him. Dragon fist, infinite light. At the critical moment, Yu attacked with all his might. An infinite amount of light exploded from the dragon fist, causing the purple lightning and heart flame to stagnate. Boom! A huge explosion reverberated as several forces swept together, tearing the space apart. Yu's true dragon body flashed, and a green light flickered a few times. He fled several thousand feet away, and only then did he reveal his true body. However, his face had turned ashen and his head was full of sweat. He had obviously suffered a certain degree of injury. Fei and I and Shilong exchanged a few blows, and when she saw that Yuri had escaped, she couldn't help but be surprised. She no longer had any intention of fighting him, and she retreated after throwing out a few palm strikes. What's going on? He was able to escape from your attacks. Feini retreated to Xiao and the other's side and asked in disbelief. It's strange, Xiao said. I understand now. It's because of this land of 10,000 spirits. Fei and I looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Land of 10,000 spirits? Suddenly, Xiao thought of something and said in surprise, now that you've mentioned it, I can feel it too. This land of 10,000 spirits seems to be filled with extremely strong dragon power. Fei and I nodded and said, I have a deeper understanding than my husband. Shilong was the same. He could easily suppress me with a single move. If my guess is correct, this so-called land of 10,000 spirits was originally a dragon realm. Dragon field. The expressions of the few people changed slightly, and they could not help but be on guard. If they were in the dragon field, then the strength of the father and son in front of him would have to be reevaluated. A gentleman doesn't stand under a wall. Let's go. Xiao immediately decided to retreat. The two people in front of him were a little difficult to deal with. Yuanlong, who had escaped, was also in the creation realm. If he asked for help, he would be in big trouble. The few of them made a prompt decision and immediately turned into rays of light to escape. Yu was anxious. It was such a good opportunity to besiege Xiao. If he let him escape, it would be difficult to create another opportunity. Don't even think about leaving. Stop him. Yu gave a loud cry as he slashed out his true self, sending a sword beam at Xiao. Shilong also attacked, using the true dragon's sword, Boundless Calamity, and slashed at Feini. The two of them attacked at the same time and immediately broke the light, allowing the sword chi to enter. You're looking for death. Xiao's face turned cold, and he immediately threw out a palm strike. A virtual light appeared in his palm and covered his hand like a helmet. With a bang, the sword chi was scattered. Fei and I also flicked her sleeves and phoenix light shone on the sword radiance, suppressing it. At the same time, she made a hand seal and with a shout, tens of thousands of fire butterflies appeared in the sky and spread their wings. Yu immediately sensed danger and shouted, "Be careful!" He retreated and hid behind Shilong. Shilong opened his mouth and let out a dragon's roar. His body instantly turned into a dragon, and with a pala sound, his body expanded more than 10 times. His huge dragon tail swept out like an oar. Boom, boom, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Everything within a few thousand feet turned into a vacuum. The entire world was burned white, and everything was in a daze. Damn it! We let them escape. The Yu dragon opened its eyes and saw that Xiao and the others were no longer in front of it. His expression became gloomy and uncertain. Where is he? The void shook and several figures appeared. They were Yuan, Qi, Jing, and Mang. In the distance, there were many powerful auras flying over. Xiao ran away. Yuanlong's eyes widened and he said angrily, Did Li Yunxiao run away? Luan Yu's expression became calm. He let out a long sigh and said, "Sigh, father is useless. He couldn't make them stay." "Don't worry, father," Yuan Long said angrily. "The dragon field is not small, but it's not big either. They won't be able to leave for a while. As long as they're in the dragon field, we'll be able to sense them." Luan Yu nodded and said, "And we'll be relying on you guys." "What?" Yuan Long turned around. "Brothers, you won't just stand by and watch this time, will you?" "We don't know yet," Mang said with a frown. "We don't know if third brother's soul was scattered by Li Yunxiao. Besides, it's still a question whether Li Yunxiao really exists or not. As soon as you asked for help, we came here immediately, but we didn't even see a single hair. Who knows if this is Luan Yu's scheme? I saw Li Yunxiao with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears." Yuan shouted angrily. "He admitted that he killed my third brother. Don't you believe me?" Just as Mang was about to speak, he was stopped by Blaze. "There's indeed an extremely strong heavenly phoenix power here," said Qi. "It's indeed a battle between very powerful experts." Sixth brother's words had a certain degree of credibility. "Regardless of the truth, it's definitely right for us to find these people first." "Fourth brother is right," Jing added. "Let's find these people first. If they're the ones who hurt third brother, we can't let them go." But if it wasn't for Xianxia, he coldly glanced at Luan Yu and sneered, "I can't be someone else's hired thug." Luan Yu flew into a rage and snorted heavily. "Then let's not delay, we'll go find it now." As soon as Qi finished speaking, the three of them transformed into streaks of light and disappeared in the sky like three light dragons of different colors. The dozens of powerful auras in the distance were the other true spirits, and they immediately rushed toward the three of them. Luan Yu looked at their disappearing figures, and her expression instantly turned cold. Yuan was still cursing. "These three brothers' brains are really filled with poison. They're completely confused. Father, let's go after them. We can't fall behind and give them the chance." Luan Yu said, "No rush. They outnumber us, so they have a higher chance of finding Yunxiao. Let them go first. Let's go find the rest of the true souls for our own use and expand our strength. This is the best plan." Yuan froze for a moment, then nodded. "Good. Everything is in the hands of Father." The few true spirits that had been collected with great difficulty had been killed by the qi strength of the crowd in the battle just now. Only 3 were left, and they were all injured. The few of them identified their direction and headed in the opposite direction of Qi and the others. Not long after Yunxiao and the others escaped, they found that Luan Yu did not pursue them, so they stopped. "This land of 10,000 spirits seems to be the ancient dragon realm," Yunxiao said. "I don't know why it has turned into what it is now. I'm afraid there's an extremely powerful true spirit inside. We should try our best not to get into conflict with them. We should focus on capturing the true spirit and excavating the corpse." "That's right. The best plan is to make as few enemies as possible and strengthen ourselves. I just don't know where the prisoner and the crocodile went." "According to young Master Yu's deduction," Yunxiao said, "it's most likely in this land of 10,000 spirits. I don't know what happened, but I can't sense the crocodile at all. Could it have been scattered by the prison?" Chu Hongyan said, "Qiu has a lack of spiritual intelligence. As long as the crocodile doesn't do anything to anger him, he won't attack. He won't be so cruel. Let's look for it slowly." Yunxiao nodded. "As long as we're in the land of 10,000 spirits, we'll definitely find some clues." The few of them continued to explore the surroundings and soon found another corpse, half hidden in the forest. "There are a few extremely powerful auras approaching. I sensed it too." Fei and I was also shocked. "It seems like it's a mythical creation realm expert." The rest of the people were shocked. Bai Mingnan frowned and said, "Where did so many creation realm experts come from? During the Demon Sealing War, there were only a few of them even with the entire world's strength." Staring into the distance, Feini chanted, "I can sense it. It's an extremely powerful dragon qi. In the ancient times, true spirits dominated the world and were many times stronger than the human race 100,000 years ago. Then should we hide or fight?" asked Beimangnan. Yunxiao quickly calculated in his mind and made up his mind. Let's not hide or fight for now and see who's coming. After all, there are very few blessed realm elites in the world, and every single one of them is worthy of our respect. If there are any conflicts, it would be best to resolve them as soon as possible. Beimangnan nodded. Yes, if we can use these people, even if another demon master comes, we'll have the power to resist. When he thought of this, his eyes immediately lit up. Don't think too much, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. If I'm not wrong, these few creation realm experts should be sent by Yuri to kill us. Moreover, all those in the creation realm are the overlords of the world. In an era where there were no world kings, they ruled the world. Even if they don't make things difficult for us, they won't be easily used by us. That's not necessarily the case, said Beimangnan. The rise and fall of the world was everyone's responsibility. 100,000 years ago, the human race was not united. The kings of the 4 regions did their own things, and the world was in chaos. It was only when the enemy invaded that they united to resist the humiliation. I hope so, Yunxiao sighed, but I'm not as optimistic as you. While they were talking, 3 powerful dragon lights came and took shape in front of Yunxiao and the others. 3 extremely powerful killing auras pressed forward, almost materializing into something solid. They intertwined in the air and locked onto the few of them. As expected, Yunxiao said gloomily, they really don't come with good intentions. His burning gaze swept across like the scorching sun, as if it would burn one's eyes if they looked into it. However, only Jing Qi's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if he had suffered internal injuries from the touch. The rest of the people were calm and composed, their eyes as calm as water. Although Qi's gaze was sharp, there was a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. However, it was only a flash. He said coldly, "Who is Li Yunxiao?" Yunxiao slapped his forehead gloomily and said with a wry smile, "Am I that famous? Even the true souls of the ancient era know my name." "So you're Li Yunxiao?" Qi shouted angrily. The 6 eyes of the 3 people fell on him at the same time, as if they wanted to directly cut him open and see through him. "You were the one who scattered my 3rd brother's soul?" Mang said coldly. Yunxiao was slightly surprised, as if he had guessed the identity of these people. He could not help but feel a headache coming on, knowing that things would not end well. "Who's your 3rd brother?" he asked, feigning surprise. "Damn it! My 3rd brother is the son of the dragon prison," Qi shouted angrily. The expressions of Feini and the others changed. Although they had their own guesses, they were only able to confirm it now. "I see." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "So, you are Lord Qiu's younger brothers. So, you 3 are also sons of the dragon." It was one of the top-ranked true spirits of the ancient era. "Stop flattering me," Blaze shouted angrily. "Tell me directly, was my 3rd brother's soul scattered by you? As long as you answer yes or no, don't say any other nonsense." "No," Yunxiao said after thinking for a moment. "What?" Qi and the other 2 men were taken aback, because they had already determined that Yunxiao was the murderer. Moreover, with his status and dignity as a powerful expert, he would never lie. Therefore, they were only waiting for him to admit it before they took him away. But Yunxiao's answer stunned the 3. At this moment, the true spirits that had followed them had also swarmed over. In an instant, dozens of powerful true spirits had surrounded the group, their killing intent soaring. Blaze said coldly, "My 3rd brother's soul wasn't scattered by you guys? Or are you as cowardly as mice, lying without dignity in order to live?" Yunxiao stammered a few times and waved his hands up and down, as if he could not understand what he was saying. Qi shouted, "Are you still a man? If you have something to say, then say it clearly. What are you hesitating for?" Yunxiao exhaled a long breath and said resentfully, "Didn't you tell me to stop talking nonsense and only answer yes or no? I can't say anything now, and now you want me to say something? Do you dragons change your attitude so easily?" "Shut up," Jing shouted impatiently. "If you didn't harm my 3rd brother, then who did?" Xiao wagged his finger and said, "These are a few questions. Don't lump them together. First of all, the one who harmed your third brother was Yu, not us. Secondly, it was only one of us who scattered your third brother's soul, not all of us. That's why you asked me if we were the ones who destroyed your third brother's soul. You didn't want me to explain it clearly, so I could only answer no. Damn it! As expected, it's you. You have a glib tongue. Yet you still want to escape punishment." The three dragons were all furious, and their bodies were burning with boundless anger. The powerful dragon chi seemed to condense into a barrier, pressing down from the sky. The surrounding true spirits were so frightened that they trembled. But in an instant, they burst out with a powerful force and locked on to Xiao and the others. Xiao reached out his hand and said, "Wait! We only scattered your third brother's soul. The one who really harmed him was Yu. If it wasn't for Yu's sneak attack and injuring your third brother, we wouldn't have had the chance to succeed." "Thank you for telling me," Mang said coldly. "We'll find trouble with Yu in a while. We'll kill you guys first, then send him to you." "Please don't," Xiao said gloomily. "We don't want to see him." "It's not up to you," Ray shouted. He waved his hand and shouted, "Kill! Tear these people to pieces. Hold on. Are you not afraid that Yu will be watching us from the side and waiting to reap the benefits?" Xiao cried out again. "You dared to scatter my third brother's soul? Are you that afraid of death?" Mang Jie laughed. "It's not that I'm afraid of death," Xiao said. "To be honest, even if you three are in the Fate realm, it's really difficult for you to kill me. I'm just reminding you, since Yu even harmed Qiu, and you have a good relationship with Qiu, I'm afraid that he's also your enemy." He immediately pointed out the relationship and sneered, "If we exhaust each other and let Yu benefit from it, you won't be able to escape your doom, right?" Qi and the other two glanced at each other and were indeed a little worried. Without Fei and I, they were confident that they could easily kill Xiao and the others. However, Feini had the body of a heavenly phoenix and was also in the creation realm. His abilities were not weaker than the three of them. Xiao was the master of the Divine Realm Tablet, and all the others, except Jing Qi, were not easy to deal with. "I'll stall the Heavenly Phoenix first," Jing suddenly said. "You guys kill Xiao and the others as soon as possible, and then come help me kill the Heavenly Phoenix." A cold glint flashed in Qi and Mang's eyes as they replied at the same time, "All right, be careful." Xiao's face changed drastically. "Be careful." The few of them all took a step back and went into their own defensive positions. Xiao took out the Divine Realm Tablet and put Jing Qi into it. He didn't ask the others to come out to help because the enemy was too strong. Even if there were a few more masters from the Returning to Truth Realm and the Divine Sovereign Justice Realm, they wouldn't be of much use. Only Feini, Chu Hongyan, Xiao Hong and Baiming Nan were left. The five of them were almost huddled together, vigilantly guarding their surroundings. "Why don't you release the true spirits? I'll try to make them fight," Feini whispered. Xiao shook his head and said, "They are only under your pressure. Once they are released, I'm afraid they will betray you on the spot with the three dragon sons here. It's better not to summon them." Feini thought about it and agreed, so she did not say anything more. "Of these three dragon sons, Feini, you hold one of them, and I'll hold the other," Xiao said. "I'll leave the rest to you three." "What about these real spirits?" Chu Hongyan asked with a serious expression. "In an environment where we're fighting with a creation realm expert, other than the few true spirits of the Void Extreme Divine Realm who can enter the battlefield, the rest can only be cannon fodder," Baiming Nan said indifferently. "I understand." Chu Hongyan nodded. "I'm not asking for victory," Xiao said. "I only want to stall them in this battle. That Yu was most likely in the dark, and if these three people couldn't fight for a long time, they would naturally have concerns. If you have misgivings, you will naturally be in a mess." "Understood." The few of them replied simultaneously. "Humph. Have you decided on how to die?" Blaze sneered and waved his hand. The true spirits in the surroundings immediately retreated and spread out for thousands of feet. He also understood that in a battle between creation realm experts, These true spirits were most likely just cannon fodder. Just like Luan Yu's subordinates from before, they were directly defeated by the shockwaves from the battle between Feini and Shilong. The true dragon is the leader of all spirits, while the heavenly phoenix is known as the king of all birds, and is ranked second on the 10,000 spirit roll since ancient times. Today, my Jing will have a good experience. Ting Long walked oiled with a cold expression and walked toward Fei and I as if no one was around. With every step he took, the aura on his body increased a little, and his body kept transforming into a dragon. Fei and I smiled and turned into a phoenix light as she flew into the sky. She chuckled. Since you know that I'm the king of birds and ranked second, then what's your ranking, minion? How dare you challenge my authority? Humph! Jing Long grunted. Although the 9 sons of the dragon were famous, they couldn't even enter the top 10 on the 10,000 spirit roll. Of course, Jing sneered. That would have to be the complete form of the celestial phoenix. You've only obtained a fraction of the celestial phoenix's power, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. I'll tear your phoenix feathers apart today. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. It turned into a water dragon and circled in the air before chasing after the phoenix shadow. When the true spirits in the distance heard the dragon's roar, they trembled under the pressure of the heavenly phoenix and couldn't help but retreat further away. Xianxia and the others looked up at the sky with solemn faces. Water and fire were chasing and killing each other in the sky. The powerful fire and water dual elemental powers came down along with the fluctuations of the dragon essence and phoenix light, stirring the hearts of the people. She said in a deep voice, "That heavenly phoenix really has some skills. She can even fight with fifth brother in the dragon field. I'm afraid it's difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Let's quickly kill these people and then help fifth brother deal with the celestial phoenix." As soon as he said that, the blaze and the light each turned into a dragon light and rushed toward Xianxia and the others. "I'll deal with this fire dragon." Xianxia jumped up and shouted. He raised his hand, and his entire right arm turned into purple lightning. He clenched it into a fist and struck out. Vajra fist! Boom! The air was directly struck by the purple lightning, and a powerful light burst out, turning half of the sky purple. What? Qi was startled and suddenly appeared from the light shadow. He was forced to take a few steps back by the purple thunder, his face full of shock. The Brahma Zifu world destroying divine thunder. This is impossible. Blaze's figure flickered, and a fiery light burst out. His face of disbelief turned ferocious, and he also punched down with a roar. Fire fist. Explosive embarrassing dance. Boom! The huge flame rushed into the purple light and exploded with great power. The flames that filled the sky devoured the purple light and then continued to burn toward Xianxia without losing momentum. Humph! Humph! Xianxia grunted and cried out, "The water element of heaven and earth." As he made a hand seal, water gathered and formed a barrier in front of him, blocking the flames. However, in an instant an earth-shattering force came down. Under the pressure of the water element external blazing hand, it broke through the barrier with a bang. Yunxiao's body transformed into a shield to block the scorching black flames, while he leaped backward. The two rays of light were almost glued together, teleporting 10,000 feet away. It's only void extreme. It's just a futile resistance. Blaze punched out hundreds of times in a row. The entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. The huge fire wave swept the two of them in. Unhurriedly, Xianxia transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed form and fought calmly, his body covered in the shadows of his golden arms. With every strike, he retreated a bit, dispersing the palm power of the blazing hand. After fighting alone for hundreds of moves, although he was at a disadvantage, he did not show any signs of defeat. How did this happen? As Ray watched the fierce battle between the two, his face was filled with shock. There was a whole realm difference between the two of them, and it was the gap between the creation realm and the void realm, which could not be made up for by other factors. The outcome should have been decided in an instant.